Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I am late. You know me, ruining AoE is what I do, what I'm best at. No, it was a holiday here in America. Yesterday was 4th of July, Independence Day. And so, I was up late partying hard. And by partying hard, I mean watching Return of the Jedi with my mom after watching Squid Game with my parents when we had a nice dinner. But yesterday, I did go to H Mart, the one in Niles, which is in the Chicago area. It was awesome. I had never been to the one in Niles. H Mart's like, I don't think they have it outside of America. It's a Korean-American, like, grocery store chain. But they also have, like, different shops in it. It's like a mini mall, almost. It's like this. The one in Niles was huge, huge, huge. It was awesome. I got so much stuff. I could have bought the whole store, man. Dash did pretty well. He wanted it off after a little while. We've been putting it on him like the past several days to get him acclimated to it. But no, he did really well. It was tough to get him to go outside to go to the bathroom before bed, but he did it. He was brave. He was a brave corgi. Oh yeah, sure. I'm out here ruining AoE 2 for ya. Alright guys, Nikov's gonna be here in the red as the Armenians to the northwest, and Yo in the blue as the Incas to the southwest. Very close rush distance here. Interesting matchup for sure. Hello, Ghost. Yo's certainly gonna be the favorite. Remember, Yo lost his first match in the tournament. I mean, this is like, it's the most Yo tournament run ever to like lose his first match, barely advance out of the group stage, and then make your way to the finals. But we have a resurgent Nikov who was able to handily dispatch both Sebastian and Sato, who are both players sort of in that top 10 range. Top 10 to 12 range that we think Nikov maybe has fallen out of, but then he has a good tournament run like this. So he's still hanging around. Also did well in TTL, of course. Oh look, we missed literally nothing. So we'll have to see who shows up today. Is it going to be Beastkov or Nikov? Anyway, already using the mule cart to good effect here. You see this with Georgians a lot on this map, but obviously works just fine with Armenians too. Archery range coming in very, very quickly. Nikov, I think, pretty worried of a potential men-at-arm rush from the Incas. Not going to be going swordsman right away, though. I mean, with the availability of slingers, this really does not feel like a mass swordsman matchup, unfortunately. Nope. Bill's going out here to the forage bushes. Still have a couple of Ibex left here for Yo. Whereas Nikov is able to finish those guys up. Res collected are even enough for now. Slingers in Feudal Age? Yeah, but the issue is that, like, as soon as you hit Castle Age, chances are when you hit Castle Age, you have an archery range. Then you can just make, like, a few slingers, and suddenly the swordsman becomes so ineffective. So it's a big investment that it just has no longevity at all. Meanwhile, though, Yo, realizing the truth of Age of Empires, realizing AoE as it should be, knowing The peak that we are about to witness. It is Skirm v Skirm! Woohoo! Nothing beats the almighty skirmisher. I have a very sleepy corgi behind me. He's not even begging for an oatmeal bowl yet. Well, there's first blood in the series. Yo gets a kill. Chaotic game. I mean, it's a perfect map, right? It's Skirm v Skirm. That said, guys, in all seriousness, Nikov went to the range faster with his quicker uptime. But Yo went double range. And Inka's one of the best civs at going for this Skirm Fest because of their food discount. Alright, here we go. Nikov is going to try and supplement his skirmishers with some infantry units. Hello, Lodge. Oh, the corgi is arising. Oh, now we have the energy to beg for an oatmeal bowl. It is simply too tempting a prize, even for the sleepiest of the corgis. Alright, there's Longsword. Scout Cab is still being a little annoying here. Interestingly, Yo isn't being very active with his Eagle Scout in the fighting. He's just using it to, well, scout. Not bad trade so far from Nikov, although the scout will end up going down, and I mean, this is literally a 2 ranges is bigger than 1 ranges situation. Gale Mail armor on its way. No second barracks, though. Nikov is actually ahead in resources collected, so able to leverage the Armenian eco. And here we go. Oh, a second range. Oh, Nikov is just gonna try and launch a counterattack. Terms harder. Exactly. I'm so glad my viewers are finally getting wise and smart enough to the ways of proper Age of Empires. Still, these +1 defense longswordsmen, they're gonna be tough. 60 HP is almost as much as a scout with bloodlines. And they've got that 2-2 armor. I like Armenians a lot as a land civ. They're still a little silly on the water, but they're a civ that I feel like weird design of having Armenians as not a cav archer civ aside. They actually feel like a fun and interesting AoE 2 civ. I mean, yeah, it's the 9 base attack, of course, but it's also the 3 anti-building bonus damage before arson. But this is the issue, right? You're at 24 skirmishers. 24 skirmishers, still 3-shot a longswordsman. And you're getting close to 2-shotting it. So you need to leverage the actual strength of the swordsman in an engagement. Yes, but it's only one barracks longswordsman. It's not the two. And this is a big investment, right? Getting men-at-arm and longswordsman and +1 defense. But it's just so many skirms, man. And now the corgi wants to leave me. What have I done to deserve such a cruel fate at the hands of a corgi? Ever seen 25 skirms in Feudal? Oh, come on, man. I've seen 5 ranged skirmishers in Feudal Age. Yep. I've seen it with Byzantines, and I've seen it with Lithuanians. 6? Oh, there was a 6 range skirm. I was thinking of a different game, but yes. So basically... Yeah, you pudding did it with 6 ranges. The thing with the skirmishers is that it gets to a point when you have so many of them that the 1 damage is just multiplied so many times that you just end up killing everything. I mean, the faster train speed of skirmishers is, in my opinion, the tweak that you need to balance the unit, because what happens is just you have the exponential increase in strength of ranged units in a way that is faster for skirmishers than it is for archers. But Nikov is going to be first to click up to the castle age. Sweet, exactly. That's what I talked about in my my video. Nikov still is ahead by 500 resources. So, although the KD still looks a little bit ugly, he's on 2 ranges himself. He has the swordsman to do a little bit of a swordsman-y thing. He's getting his eco upgrades, which is always terrifying when Nikov researches his eco upgrades. But Nikov is not really in a position to switch into the knights, right? You already switched into swordsman, or teched into swordsman, and you don't really want to tech into knights and swordsman. They kind of do similar things. KD dead even right now, but Nikov just has that 1 villager kill. Idle time is similar. Yo does have the wheelbarrow upgrade, though, which is nice for him. Yeah, Squires is going to be a big help for sure. You go from the same movement speed to faster movement speed. The issue, though, is going to come from the slingers. You don't need many slingers to really, really do a number on swordsmen. Anyway, yo. Gets a couple kills there. Nikov's still very slightly ahead in the KD. But he's going to have that timing advantage. Look at this. Bodkin and E-Skirm and Squires all queued up at once. He does need to wait for those upgrades to come in, so he's going to retreat to this little hill. But this could be a bit of a window for him. You can see he is ready to charge right back out across the map. Solid control here from each player. Alright, Yo is in Castle Age. He needs to get his own upgrades. There we go. Nikov already with the fortified church in, and he could easily scoop up 5 relics here to get 6 total for Armenians, which would be pretty darn sick. University coming in quickly here for Yo. An eagle on the way. Can he afford ballistics? He can, almost. Alright, Yo, pick it up. There you go. That's going to be his potential advantage here. Bosaw coming in as well for Nikov. Oh, Yo also got a second TC. Wow, I didn't even see him sneak that one in. On top, to make sure that they're extra snowbally. Oh, those swordsmen aren't doing a whole heck of a lot at this point. But like I said, you just can't really invest into them at this stage. Already at 4, like, so you just need to shift-click that 1 warrior priest a bunch of times, and Nikov's eco is going to be taking off. With the power of micro! +1 defense now coming in, which is actually relevant for elite skirmishers with Bodkin. Because it's 5 attacks, so you need to get up to 5 pierce armor. So that you get back to the only damage being dealt is the bonus damage. Not that it matters like an enormous amount, because there's typically going to be a lot of overkill anyway, but if you're in a situation where you can take 1 less damage, you'll take it. Oh, you bet. Peak skirm on skirm action here. Alright, Ballistics is in for both players. But Yo is going to have this Mangonel starting to go. Villager count is still dead even. You can see additional idle time for Yo, but there's 1 Nikov's extra town center into 6 relics, man. So freaking fast. I mean, Nikov is still going to be working with a nice eco advantage on top of having that good old Armenian bow saw. Okay, yeah, of course, just as I say, that clicks the upgrade. So it's like, Yo doesn't want to transition into Eagles because he knows his opponent already has Swordsman teched into. And Yo also doesn't, or Nikov himself doesn't want to switch into Swordsman because it's very easy for Yo to add in Slingers. So it's kind of a weird conundrum where the things that counter the not skirmishers are much easier to tech into than the things that counter the skirmishers. Anyway, it's going to be double Siege Workshop here for Nikov. He knows what's up. I don't know where those villagers are going, to be honest. Just mine over here? Yes. Well, Nikov has the high ground. Vill counts are even, but Nikov is ahead by 1,000 resources. Alright, TC number 3 coming in for Nikov as soon as the villager pathfinding allows him. That's going to be both players on the 3 TCs. And really, so long as Nikov is just sort of keeping up with Yo in the economy, those 6 relics are going to do their job. 3 Mangonels to 2. Of course, the double Siege Workshop going to be giving some nice production here to Nikov. I'll be honest, guys, that's not the best micro I've ever seen on Age of Empires. Oh, no. Those are some splats, but it looks like it's an even splatting. And looks like the Warrior Priest is able to nick an extra Mangonel there of Yo, so look at this, guys. 4 Mangonels to only 1. The double Siege Workshop play from Nikov starting to really show its effect here. I mean, great macro from him. Good food, good wood and gold income for the Armenians. Oh, look at that sick fadeaway shot. We got freaking SGA over here. Oh boy, Nikov gonna come in with the Ford Castle. Yo can afford his own. Remember, as the Incas, you do get that little bit of a discount. But he's gonna need to get it going. Alrighty, Yo's castle is being built first. That's a lot of ills coming forward for Nikov, so well done from him there. Gets the kill, does Yo, however. Yo really gonna try and make a concentrated Eagle Warrior switch. Nice hit there for Nikov. Both castles can go up, of course. Look at that Inca castle, it's so cute. It's got llamas on it. Oh, we love castles that have llamas on it. Alright, a couple more ranges coming in here at the back here for Yo, and the numbers are still quite good for him. He has over double the skirmisher numbers. He's going for a big old counterattack here. Does not look like a real castle? I mean, they're all fake castles, essentially, but looks like an Inca building. I mean, the Armenian castle looks like a European castle, right? Yeah, it does look quite smaller. Some of the castles, like the Armenian one and the Berber one, are like super tall, and then other ones, like the Inca one and the Wu one, are much shorter. Alright, so Yo has gotten 10 villager kills. Not bad. And Yo is also perhaps a little closer to Imp. I mean, the macro from Yo, it's kinda working out. Some swordsmen and skirmishers in hot pursuit here of the other skirmishers. Both are ugly castles. One of the castles has a llama design on it. Your argument is invalid. Alright, guys. Yo's gonna come in here for castle number 2. Uh-oh. Eagles do have actually very good upgrades. Only missing iron casting. Oh, they're gonna get the castle foundation. Is Nikov gonna stop it? No, he is not. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a mangonel out, though. Mangonel's trundling away. Nikov now with a big army lead. Oh, this is a messy, messy game number 1. Exactly, castles. Well, the idea of, like, a big castle dominating the landscape is a mostly European thing. Well, several vills going down right there for Nikov. He's gonna rush a TC up over there, but look at this, guys. Yo is getting to the Imperial Age. He's taken the resources lead. The efficiency of that Inca army is not to be underestimated. Hello, Giuseppe. Hello, fake news. It is indeed the weekend. Mr. CEO, game paused. By Yo. Hopefully everything's all right on that end. Neurons activated? You bet. It's looking a little perilous for Nikov. He does have a decent number of composite bowmen, which, I mean, composite bowmen versus skirmishers is still kind of not that great for the composite bowmen. Like, yeah, you punch through the skirmisher armor, but you have less range. And obviously you still take all the bonus damage. So I don't really love it. Anyway, leather archer armor and thumb ring both on the way. Oh, he's so I'm gonna mine the stone right out from under the enemy TC. Toxic? Oh, man. Absolutely toxic here from Yo. Nikov is on his way up to Imperial Age as well, but, I mean, he's got a huge army, but what can you realistically do with it? Unless you get some really good mangonel trades, that's certainly something you can do with a good army. I mean, the Armenians, they're not known for their late game, right? They have a very good early to mid game. Late game, you're relying on your ferrets. AKA Ferreter champions. Still, like, this is a very large, scary blob of units here from Nikov. Taking good enough engagements. Oh, the relics could be getting dislodged. That would be a nice win there for Yo. Yep, Incas have keeps with arrow slits. They've got good keeps. They only miss architecture, or not, yeah, architecture. Alright, more relevant skirmisher upgrades coming in here for Yo. The Imp TC? Oh, that's the Imp TC. That's not going to be an issue, I think. Alright, another Siege Workshop he attempted here on the high ground. Yo, of course, starting his Trebuchet production. Thumb Ring? No, I think Armenians are fine on the land. It's okay to have a Civ that isn't all that great in late game. Especially if they have a very strong and flexible early to mid game. Yeah, Composite Bowmen already have 100% accuracy. Okay, nice little snag there. Remember, even fully upgraded skirmishers only deal 1 damage to Mangonel, so you have to really use the high ground, which Yo's doing a great job of. I mean, you are still losing a few skirms, but that's okay. There you go. Chemistry in here as well. That Mangonel is going to fall. Still, are Armenians really the Civ you want to outskirm Incas, who have that very nice 30% food discount at this stage? It's going to be a tough one. Handcart coming in actually for both players. I always find it funny when, you have a chaotic game where both players are doing very different things, and then they just randomly get eco upgrades at the same time. Alright, Zweihander on its way too. And not anymore. Without Thumb Ring? I mean, Arb isn't worth going for in this situation regardless because of, the skirmishers. But if you talk about it in general, I mean, Aztecs were traditionally seen as most commonly an Arb Civ. And they didn't have Thumb Ring or +4 defense. Nowadays, the power level in the game's higher so that it really feels ugly if you don't have the Thumb Ring upgrade. Just look at Vikings. But, I mean, you still can go for it. Alright, those Trebuchets are under pretty heavy threat. Nikov is going to try and come in here with some repairs. I mean, Trebs aren't going to stay alive forever. Well, Trebs have fallen. Nikov still has a population advantage. Bugsviker, yeah, that's what I've been saying. Still a few more kills coming in from Yo, and I mean, I guess these are efficient fights for him. It's a very even game number 1, though. Yo is still a little ahead, though, in the resources. He's even been able to snag 2, maybe even 3 relics, of which there are now 6 in the game, remember. Alright, we've queued back up the swordsman production here. And Nikov still has an army lead, although he's lost quite a few villagers along the way. That's how skirmishers flinging their javelins all over the place. Needs to get some more farms down, and that's exactly what he's doing. And now the Trebs have been queued up again. Things are looking a little bit better here for Yo, although he may lose this forward position. There we go, castle down. Nikov is only on 1 TC even. 1 TC and 0 castles, that is rough. And you just have Nikov scrambling to figure out how to deal with all of the skirmishers from Yo. You can't go onagers. Well, I mean, you can go onagers, but they're pretty bad for Armenians. You can't go bombard cannons. You need to get to the champion line. The issue is that, 1, your eco is already in shambles. And 2, it's the slinger transition that's just so easy to make for the Inca. Rams could help for sure, but this is still going to be a good fight for Yo. He's also getting some relevant infantry upgrades, interestingly. I would guess for Eagles, but we'll have to see. I mean, would it be the worst thing in the world if he went for his own champions? No, it's Eagles. Yeah, even though your enemy's making swordsman, having that rating mobility is very, very helpful if you're Mr. Yo. The map doesn't have all that much gold on it, which is why I'd be a little concerned, but yeah, I still see the value in going for it. Well, sniping a random archery range for relevant infantry upgrades. And Yo actually does need the slingers, right? I mean, I'm talking all about, oh, it's so easy to switch into slingers. Well, you still need to actually do the switch into slingers. Again, you don't need that many. You don't need to, like, completely forego skirmisher production, but you do need to mix in some slingers. But so far, the swordsman numbers have never been really above 5. And yet, there's another Treb that has fallen. And here we are, guys. This is, of course, the value of those mighty chicken soup men. Gonna start to kill a bunch more villagers. Yo's now suddenly 30 population ahead in a very solid game number 1. The best skirm unique tech? The best tech is at Ladle, but Aztecs don't have all the upgrades for skirmishers. I'd say it's pretty even. They're all, I would say, slightly above average overall. Well, Incas are, like, barely above average, but... Mayans are the most consistent. Aztecs have the highest ceiling, but also more weaknesses. And then Incas are the most efficient. Yeah, they're all pretty darn good skirming civs. Can be arb replacements? No, they're not arb replacements. They're not that good. All right, Andean Sling coming on in. And right now, guys, Nikov's population is really starting to fall off the old wagon. Not really ever to make that proper tech switch into the swordsman line. And there's the GG called. Yo at max pop, Nikov at only 130. Look at that, 8% more efficient in eco for Yo. And I mean, I'm not saying the guy who skirmed harder won the game, but I'm also not saying it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, Nikov really... His biggest weakness has always been his late-game eco efficiency. And that definitely did bite him a lot in the butt later on. I mean, the Eagles, of course, were a huge factor there as well, but that was tough. Yo, less gold collected, doesn't matter, making skirmishers, but also a more well-rounded tech tree. And Yo, taking game 1. Doing the thing. Also, hello, Apricane. Why am I getting mentions? Alright, let's give you guys the draft. Crater in the books. Oh, darn it. Ah. Oh, not that one. There we go. All right, that was the Armenians losing to the... Oh, last pick versus second pick. That is a little rough there for Nikov. All right, they are in the lobby, guys. Don't see the next map pick yet. I'm going to go get some coffee. Be right back. All right, I return. Looks like Northern Isles is next. Land Madness, Four Lakes, and Arabia. That's a pretty hamstery map pool. Yeah, with Northern Isles enclosed and Clown Town. Missing Kawasan? Yeah, that's true. So many frickin' mentions. TUS is submitting a map. Dark is giving me a Walhalla payment. Invoice. And I can't submit it because my bank locked me out of my bank account because of a bunch of transactions that occurred, which is me paying out all the players. So the bank locked me out of my account, and I can't even try and get it open until Monday because yesterday was a holiday. Well, I noticed it 2 days ago, but the bank closed early. And then it was the 4th of July, the bank is closed. And then it's the weekend, the bank is also closed. So I can't even check to see if my payments have gone through. Need to wait until Monday, man. Oh, tragic. Anyway, we are here on Northern Isles. When he sees use. No, the bank account definitely sees use, but definitely not moving any significant amounts of money around on a regular basis. Unless you count the, like, $300 a month I have to spend on student loan payments. A little more than that, actually, like 320, I think. Alright, so Bengalis, Vikings, two very good civs for the map.
Adesh?
Tutorial.
Hey.
Actually, I need to refinance my student loans because I'm still paying way too much interest on them. I think there's a way I can get it down into the single digits of interest, but I need to figure out how to refinance that, and I haven't had the time. You know, I really feel like every adult should just have their own, like, personal assistant to figure out all of the adulting stuff that they need to do, because it feels like you don't actually ever have time to do any of the necessary things that you need to do. Master, yeah. Silly Europeans with your actual public infrastructure stuff. I mean, you guys could go the route and give more tax cuts to the mega millionaire class, and then cut a bunch of social services. You know, there's always that possibility. You can even call it the big beautiful bill. And the crazy thing is, I don't even know where the money goes. Like, tuition is so high. And are the, like, big American university facilities a little bit nicer than most of the European ones? Yeah, probably a little bit. But I just don't know where, like, there's so much money. Where does it all go? In reality, it's probably paying off the enormous salaries of the people who run the universities. Daily blackouts? Well, we all have our own struggles. The football teacher's salary? Yeah, that's true. GW doesn't even have good sports programs. You don't even have a football team. I think GW is supposed to be a basketball school, and the best that they've ever done, I think, is top 32. Not very impressive, especially since the sister school of George Washington is Georgetown, which has won a ton of men's and women's college basketball championships. Oh, what you doing there? Mr. Yo? Are you being a hoe? Is subsidized? Oh yeah, I guess that's how that works. But guys, how can you possibly afford to subsidize people's educations when the poor millionaires and billionaires have to pay a little bit more in taxes? Like, how on earth are the Dutch billionaires supposed to afford their 5th mega yacht? Think about their tax burden.
Hey.
Alright, 6 fishing ships before. Nikov is going to go for an FC, or at least attempting to do so, but Yo is going to say, nah. And the reason that Yo did this, actual AoE analysis time, look what Yo did. He scouted all the way around, he saw the back dock from his opponent, and thought, okay, if you're going to go for a back dock, then that means you're probably going to try something either slower galleys or a fast castle. With life here, yeah. Oh, hacker! He's a hacker, guys. It's funny though, because in America we have the guy running for mayor in New York, Zamdani. He's saying like, "Oh, we're gonna raise taxes on the absolute richest people." And then people are saying, well, aren't all of the rich people just going to leave? And it's like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's still super rich people in all the countries that are able to afford a lot of the stuff that we're looking to pay for. It's New York. I mean, there's also true that New York actually has leverage, right? Because especially well-to-do, well-connected people, they want to live in New York, right? Because it's the center of the American cultural sphere, especially for the very rich. Anyway, Nikov is still able to get the fast castle off. Rich people in Canada move to the US. That's true, and Canada definitely has its own problems, especially when it comes to housing. Like, I just saw a chart that was like average rent prices in Canadian cities, which is like higher than American rent prices in big cities, which in America they feel completely unreasonable. So I don't know how anybody affords to live in Canada.
Ja.
All the successful streamers. I don't know about successful streamers. Your companies leave? Yep.
Oi.
For healthcare in Canada? No, they still have to pay for healthcare too.
Ja.
Job gathering week? If by fruitful you mean not fruitful, then yes. But I did go shopping at a Korean American mega market yesterday, and that was a lot of fun. So I did that. I got the soju for my dad. Then rotten fruit.
Waga.
Well, I got 2 rejections, so there's a little bit of the rotten fruit, but I did still apply to a couple more jobs.
Adesh. Tuyak.
In a Korean mega market? Oh, I bought tons of stuff. I'm making bulgogi for my family, so I got the beef there because it comes thinly sliced, which is going to be way easier than doing it myself. I got dumplings and, like, I got fresh dumplings, and then I got some ramen, so what I did is I put the dumplings in the ramen, which is a really good combo. Or ramyeon, as it's called in Korean. Then just, like, a bunch of other smaller things. I got some snacks, I got some fried onions to put on, like, a lot of the Asian things I make, because it's a lot easier than trying to fry my own onions, like little onion bits. I got some nice tea, I got some good rice vinegar, I got some desserts, I got soju, I got lots of stuff. Got some kimchi. But it's like a really great place, guys. It's huge, it's got a ton of like Korean East Asian restaurants in it. You can get your Korean beauty products there. You can get your Korean tech products there. All good stuff. Korean grocery store. Oh, it's a 50-minute drive for me. My suburb is got nothing like that. But Niles has a large Korean population. It also has a large Indian population, a large Middle Eastern population. So you can get, I mean, there are Polish grocery stores, Arabic grocery stores, Indian grocery stores. It's pretty nice. I mean, the only downside is I have to drive almost an hour to get there. All right, Redemption Sanctity coming in. Yo, going for the push here. Nikov lost his fishing ships, but he's got his longboats out, and he's going to try and reclaim some map control. Of course, longboats are boating. But no bodkin, no fletching even. Till now. You get some. That's because I live in a very far suburb. Like, I live right at the edge of the Chicago metropolitan area. To downtown? Probably an hour, 15 hour, 20 minutes. Like I said, I live pretty close to the edge of Chicago, the Chicago metro area. But, like, people also drive in from Wisconsin, right? So it's pretty vague as to, like, where Chicago Metro ends. I mean, I would argue that once you get into Wisconsin, you're really getting into more of the Milwaukee metro area. A metro train, or you could not take a metro train. Have you ever considered that?
Yeah.
It's always a good idea to not take a metro train when possible. You're in Melbourne? Yeah, a lot of the Asian recipes I get for my cooking are actually Australian. I assume just because there's, you know, a large population of all sorts of East Asian peoples in Australia. Yeah, they really are great. Oh, you can't charge up the Siege Workshop, but you can still get the conversion. But the Mangonel pops out. And honestly, Nico was probably happy to let the Scorpion get converted to try and get the Monk kill, but unfortunately, yo, a little too quick on the draw there. Alright. Still mangonelling time. Yo has a big old bill lead right now, though. And he's just making it work, right? It's all about the decision-making. Realizing, just based off of the dock position, what his opponent was likely to do. Going forward, disrupting his opponent's eco. Neither player are really able to fish boom right now, but Yo's the one with the map control, and he's with the better economy. Honestly, like, this is... Talking about Asian food aside, like, this is a very, very solid play from Yo. Then Milwaukee. I mean, you could make the argument. Because the thing is, they're really... Like, at the far northeastern corner of Illinois, there's a little bit of not a whole lot happening. It's pretty swampy. But there's pretty close to continuous, you know, urban to suburban sprawl between Chicago and Milwaukee. I should know. I live basically halfway between the two cities. I'm seriously 50 miles from Chicago and like 55 miles from Milwaukee. Like, obviously, I live in Illinois. I've been to Chicago way more. I associate myself with Chicago, but Milwaukee's also a very nice city. Milwaukee's great if you like beer, cheese, and German food. Metro soon? Yep. That's still going to be a lot cheaper to develop in Texas. Keep up. I don't think there's anything you necessarily get. You don't get a trophy for being the third biggest city in the country. I mean, this is so tough here, right? Viking monks, not great. You do have some light cav here, but again, light cav, not great. Well, that starting TC is going to go down pretty darn soon, guys. Yo's also getting some more eco upgrades. He's very far from all in. He's been comfortably working off of the 3 TCs behind this. Oh, but going forward a little too much. Nikov is able to snag a couple of monks right there, but it's just so expensive to try and keep that TC alive at this point. It's already taken 5,700 damage. And yes, Vikings do have Atonement. Oh, clowning time. Oh, it's peak clowning. Honestly, well done there for Nikov. Is it enough, though, guys? I'm not convinced. Redemption Wizards? That probably is going to be a more successful basketball team than the Washington Wizards. Anyway, Yo does take the win there. Honestly, the overall KD in the game was still very low. But it was the decision for Yo to come forward upon seeing the back dock and then pressuring on the other side in Castle Age so that Nikov had nowhere to run. Yeah, Nikov was just able to start his fish booming again, but it just wasn't fast enough.
Hi.
It was very, very well done there. A Hera Yo finals, where would we have ever seen this before? I've never seen a Hera Yo finals in my life. Invites Monkbush? Yes, it does. Like, it was just a great reaction. Alright, so that is the Bengalese over the Vikings. So that was Yo's number 2 pick, but 2-0 is 2-0. Also, that was Yo's number 1 home map that Nikov picked. Wouldn't it be funny if Warlords finals were Hera versus Yo, and then the Warlords liked tournament was also Hera Yo? It would speak to them being two of the most well-rounded players right now, though, which I think is fairly accurate. Sleepy Yo. Never seen that before. All right, Arabia is next. Is that Arabia music I hear? No, it's just Arabia. All right, I mean, Mayans, Vietnamese, Huns for Nikov, and for Yo. I mean, it's Arabia. Play what you want, man. Go Portuguese, Saracens, go Jurchens if you wanted to. What was the head-to-head between these two players? I have no idea. Alrighty, kids. Then live in Vermont? Well, I mean, Dallas, it's so much cheaper, right? It's warmer, although I'd say it's too warm for me. But and they just have so much space. There's so much room to build out there. And indeed, guys, Yo will be here in the blue as the Jurchens to the east of the map, and to the southwest in the red as the Vietnamese. It will be Nikov. So our Jurchens going to be competitive. I don't think Yo is likely to do the FC Grenadier thing. And I'm curious, like, can you just like play Jurchens like a normal AoE civ and find success with them? Unnecessarily epic? I don't know. The Jurchens are pretty epic. Don't you think the Civ with Thunderclap bombs should have an epic theme? Because I think they should. Just refuse to build? Well, I mean, it's about construction, right? Vermont doesn't have any large cities that would already, like, attract the jobs in the first place. And also, I think, like, a large part of the selling point of Vermont is the nature, right? I mean, I'm not from there. I wouldn't know. You'd know better than I would. So I can understand why they'd be hesitant to build, but it's also not going to attract people to move there. Whereas Dallas is like, you know, it was already a pretty big city. It certainly doesn't have anything interesting as far as the landscape goes nearby. And so you're just getting a huge, huge city. Although I would say that Dallas and Houston both, like, they're huge American cities, but they don't really have that much going on in them culturally. That'd probably be developed over time, but they're certainly not big tourist destinations, that's for sure. And of course, the Jurchen Hunt not decaying. able to do that quite nicely as Yo. Also, hello, Luca Aberman.
Wait.
Anyway, as far as the maps go, it's Arabia, man. Arabia maps are so standardized. It's reasonable. It's reasonable.
什么？河主命令被
It's gonna come down to the skill of the players. As far as this matchup goes, it's hard to place Jerchins right now, especially since they did just get buffed. I would still guess that they're probably a little bit worse than Vietnamese, though. Vietnamese still have their good skirmishers and cav archers, which, guess what, are still pretty darn good in the current meta. And they have a better eco.
喂，
That said, Jerchins still have, like, really strong units. They're not, like, the most obvious unit choices and unit paths to go down, in the same way that you have with Ketons.
准备就绪。
But their Lancers can be really good. Their Fire Lancers can be good.
准备就绪。
And then, of course, you have all your gunpowder stuff. Hellring, yeah, in that way, it's a little reminiscent of Old Arabia, but Old Arabia used to have, like, really big hills. These hills you can't really build a whole lot on top of.
喂。
Anyway, 19 pop with Loom for both players. Nikov, 3 seconds idle time. Big noob confirmed. Their late fame is crazy. Well, indeed, in the later portion of the AoE2 time frame, the Jerchins became essentially the Manchus, and the Manchus took over all of China. So, yeah, their late fame was pretty crazy. Long well, indeed. All right, Barracks coming in here for you.
来经典下。
Nothing too crazy so far.
喂，河主命令。
Long distance taking those chickens. Resources collected still basically even between the two players. Note that Nikov did not take any of his
好
chickens.
像是比较高。
But Nikov's map's very wallable in the short run. See, the gold's already safe. Forest bushes and woodlines are at the back.
你看不如三
Chances of Yo getting any damage done early is quite limited. Yo's map by comparison is also similarly good, but he has just not been focused on the walls as much. A little bit awkward there for Yo, but he'll figure it out. Stable. Nikov. Get Nico upgrade. Stable at the back. Okay, he's going for some real small walls. I thought he'd try and, you know, wall in a circle. Not wanting to deal with any shenanigans. Yo, meanwhile, is, I think, going to go for the more circular wall. Nope, just going to be a scout opening from each player. Nothing too fancy.
อย่าบอกเขาถามยัง
Res collected still basically even.
河主命令。什么？
你看不如三高。
Well, I mean, like, how do you get people to actually want to attack? Because you can go aggressive. It's just players don't want to.
准备就绪。河主命令。
If you're not going aggressive, you should probably defend yourself.
何种命令？
That's why I call it the hurry up and wait meta, right? Because they both went up on 19 pop. That's fast. And yet, what do? They just defend themselves. They don't do anything. So it creates these games where it's like you need to have these super fast builds, which mean that you can only afford basically going like scouts and skirmishers. But then at the same time, you don't do anything with them half the time, so it's like, what's even the point at all? Just, it's a very weird dynamic. Anyway, Yo not able to pick up Horse Collar, whereas Nikov did pick up Horse Collar. Yo instead focusing more on the scouts, but thus far they haven't really done a whole heck of a lot. Well, I mean, to be fair, Nikov has a very good map to wall. Alright, Yo going on over to the gold. Up to see if Yo does opt to pick up that Horse Collar upgrade. I mean, he seeded 5 farms so far, but we'll pick up Horse Collar if you should so desire. I don't really think getting more scouts is going to do a whole heck of a lot for you at this point. Your scouts are already better head-to-head anyway with the faster attack speed of the Jurchens. And there's the archery range, so Yo's going to be the one who breaks first. His willpower has been shattered and will likely go skirmishers. Actually, he's got the 3 on gold. He's probably going archers. Scouts coming in, though, from Nikov. Nice kill.
喂，
First blood for Nikov. I mean, to be fair, Nikov hasn't played poorly the first 2 games. It's just Yo's played exceptionally well. But this is the difference, right? This is why you wall so early. Because otherwise, it's really, really difficult to prevent well-controlled scouts from getting a kill. It's just tough. 100 more resources collected here for Nikov. Nothing earth-shattering, but still nice to have. And Nikov with his own archers on the way. Hawk doing Hawk things. Yeah, not sold on Yo being able to get a whole lot done here. He is getting Town Watch because he got
何
housed.
种命令？
Nikov showing back up to the party. Oh, I can smell a Nikov, balanced Discord post incoming, guys. Oh, no. Oh, uh-oh. Do I see Nikov typing? Uh-oh. Yeah, that wasn't great. Go here with a couple of his archers. Wheelbarrow going to be in for Nikov. You guys know I'm a big fan of people leveraging that bonus for our Vietnamese.
喂，
Viking 嚟嘅。
You're going some big old walls here. I guess this might be full walled. I mean, if he double checks it, then it's, you know, only walling there at the edge, so I guess that could be good. Any drama? No, T-West just
准备就绪，
described a map that he planned on submitting to the LY LAN, and I said, sure, looks good. Or sounds good.
准备就绪，
It's like he wants to do kind of like a Pilgrims variant. Alright, looks like... Yeah, he's making sure here. That said, Nikov gonna be able to cast Lage faster with his better eco upgrades. He's also getting the gold mining upgrade, second range coming in. Things are looking good for him. 300 resources ahead. Very, very solid game so far from Nikov, despite losing those scouts. Hello, the farmer man. Oh, is that a hole?
准备
Can't
就
even
绪，
tell, man.
何主命令？
There you go. So, what's the mid-game plan going to be here for you? Because that's always a little bit tricky because you don't have... You don't want to go Cav Archers necessarily, and you don't have Knights, so it's like, what do you even do? Well, the egg base is showing its worth here from Nikov. He got it done a lot sooner, his eco's a lot better, and oh dear, this is going to be Cav Archers, isn't it? What am I talking about? Yo's gonna go skirmishers. Still, going skirmishers as Jurchens is not very exciting. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. I think, yeah, Yo's gonna be fine. Nikov is checking, though.
喂，
Crossbow Bodkin. Yo's gonna need to get some secondary walls up. Nope, Nikov not gonna be bothering with that for now. There we go, Bodcrow Saw coming in for him, and then it will be the follow-up with the Cav Archers. I don't know about this, guys. I don't know about this. The scouts still have no upgrades. Uh, 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 uh. Why are Cav Archers the new... Well, I mean, they're not the new meta at this point. They've been the meta for quite a long time. I've talked about it before. Basically, it's a matter of players committing as... They're both rushing up to Feudal Age, and then also committing as little as possible to Feudal Age. So you rush up to Feudal Age, you defend, and that means that you don't typically have very large armies or a ton of fighting by the time Castle Age comes in. You can see here that there have been no more than 20 units killed in this entire game by the time these guys are in Castle Age. So you don't really have any Feudal Age armies that you're bothering to upgrade to Castle Age, which means Cav Archers are a much more natural transition. And then you put the fact that melee pathing is very bad on top of it, and the Cav Archers start to look a lot better. Torch mechanic? What's the torch mechanic? Harkins have a torch mechanic. Oh no! Mystery! Oh no! Oh, honestly, great. Great job here from Nikov. Pressuring on one side, hitting the other side. Yo, not expecting it. He's like, oh, my opponent's army's over here. I can safely build the TC. Nope. Also, guys, playing a Civ with no eco bonus or skirmisher bonus, going defensive skirmishers feels extremely underwhelming at this point here for Mr. Yo. Like, very, very underwhelming. First Mangonel on the way. The Forward University. Go learn at your opponent. Even a quick handcart coming in here for Nikov. 5 times faster.
Wait.
It doesn't really feel like there's an issue with units destroying buildings too quick or too slowly, though. Doesn't really feel like a problem. If anything, repairing is perhaps a little too good. Break through walls? Oh, I like the fact that archers are bad against buildings. I think that's important. Anyway, Ballistics is going to be in here for Nikov. He is just getting so far ahead, guys. But the thing is, like, walling, in the context of, like, what Yo is doing, is very not that good these days. So I'm honestly not sure how to address it, and I don't think any one person has a good solution to it. At least not that I've seen. It's like the really close quick walls that feel a little too good, especially in early game. How long has this been the meta? The current meta has existed more or less in its current shape for probably a year and a half now. Maybe a little longer. Rocket cart coming in for Yo. Could he go for the... honestly, guys, quick siege engineers? Maybe. Maybe. Get that extra range. Ornlu a stretch. It's still so expensive, though, guys. Yeah, that wasn't great for Yo. With faster attacking, they would die to Cav Archers. Because Yo cannot afford to make Step Lancers with upgrades at the same rate that Nikov can afford to make Cav Archers with upgrades, and Nikov had the initiative in the first place. So you need something that's more efficient than the Step Lancers. Meta becomes fine. It's definitely the first thing I would address, for sure. With the melee pathing, but unfortunately, if melee pathing had a straightforward solution, it would have been implemented by now. Entire army? Yeah, it's not great. At least Yo is realizing his mistake now. That's something, I suppose. Oh, with the fadeaway shot again. Third TC now for Nikov. Playing a great game. In Nilly we trust. Oh, no. I trust Nilly insofar as he wants to make changes happen, but I don't trust Nilly in his ability to effectuate changes. Well, I mean, Yo's in a pretty horrible spot. Nikov's eco is absolutely humming. His idle time is minimal. Like ever, we still see Knights a fair bit. Absolutely clapped by Yo? No idea. I've never been very good at knowing the actual player matchups over the millennia. Which is pretty weird because I cast such an enormous volume of games. Is the bug maker? Well, yeah. It's,
准备就绪。
Again, if it was an easy fix, they would have done it by now, but especially when you're looking at the AoE2 spaghetti code. I mean, look how much they break whenever they try and implement the smallest change. AoE2 is clearly not a very well-optimized game. That said, would I let the devs off the hook? No. I think that they are probably not having the best people out there in terms of fixing such an issues. So that they can stay employed. I don't know about that. Alright, we got some Cav Archers coming in. We got a Steppy on its way. Yes, you do have the faster reload time with the Jurchen Cav Archers, which is, like, okay, although they're not Mongol good. Rocket carts are they bugged? Much better? Generally speaking, yeah. The pathfinding was terrible back in AOC. Just look at my my videos, my AOC campaign videos. It's not good at all.
准备就绪。
But it was so much harder to control units. It doesn't shoot the whole shot. That's not a bug. That's just how the unit works. It just doesn't... It fires... The Mangonel fires all of its projectiles at once, whereas the rocket cart fires its projectiles over the course of, like, half a second. No clip? I think that gets very dangerous very fast, especially if you look at something like a Step Lancer. Looks like several units got clobbered over there, but again, Nikov is just so far ahead in eco, guys. The rocket? Yeah, again, that's just how it works. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. 115, jeez. I mean, some more nice kills for you. I wouldn't be surprised if Yo was ahead. He's not ahead, right? I guess that was an overly optimistic. But Nikov just gonna go with some of his own skirmishers, I guess. Sure, why not? I mean, Nikov's just been so far ahead. Previous volley? That is also a fair point. Maybe it should do a hard reset at that point. Anyway, MG Light gifting the sub to Boom. Thank you so much, MG Light, and welcome back to the Wolfpack, Boom. Absolutely being a parasite on people's kindness. Why is this game still going? Because it's Yo and he doesn't resign early. Nikov looking to put some points on the board, though. I mean, like I said, the first two games are reasonably competitive. It's just Yo played super, super well. This game, though, Nikov able to get the advantage. Oh! Oh, we know what Treebeard would have to say to that one. We all know what Treebeard would have to say. Yeah, the thing with rocket carts is, like, the thing that makes them fun are the unique techs, and we just never see those. Because we just don't see rocket carts in Imp. For the same reason we don't really see Autagers in Imp very often. What do the techs do? The Jurchen one is Thunderclap Bombs. It gives them a secondary explosion. The Chinese one gives them more attack, which makes them comparable to siege onagers, and the Korean one makes them fire like a gajillion rockets, which makes them super siege onagers. I mean, yeah, this game's been over, really, for a long, long time now. Really, since the TC run around here. How long does this event go for? It goes all the way until tomorrow. Skirms? Well, because his eco's a mess. Yo does click up. But, I mean, he spent most of Castle Age making skirmishers with no military or eco bonus, which, like I said, is not going to get you a win in most games. But looks like we're not in for a sweep, which is certainly something I'm happy about. Aren't hit that hard?
准备就绪，
I don't know. I think we don't have enough enough data. They're definitely not a bad civ, that's for sure.
何种命令？准备什么？
As to are they still OP, I don't know. They're definitely not broken anymore. Like, not completely broken as they were previously. Played the game? I've been busy playing Lego Star Wars. Siege Engineer Grenadiers, yeah. Okay, there's the GG. And Yo does drop the game. And Nikov getting some points on the board. Just good, solid Arabia play. Got a bit of an early lead, hit Castle Age, and then was able to kill several more villagers and just did not look back. Other than AoE, yeah. But yeah, I was getting some nostalgia watching Star Wars, and then I'm like, I wonder if Lego Star Wars is available for PC, and lo and behold, it is. You may try. I know people ask me to play custom campaigns. I really don't feel like playing custom campaigns these days, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, that is Vietnamese over Jurchen, same exact draft pick. That is Arabia going to Nikov, and we will be in the next one shortly. Game Boy Advance. I had it for the Game Boy Advance. Traitor? How am I a traitor? Do you think that spices up the scene? No, because it's still a small tournament. And the not Hera top players can all drop series to like the top, 6 through 12 players. Like that's far from impossible. Anyway, the Stoozy Bruv with 27 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Wolf Pack. Thank you, thank you. All right, they are still on Arabia. Arabia.
Oh my goodness. All right. Be right back, guys. Oh, man. Do they not have a spec delay? That was fast. Yeah, the other semifinals, Hera, Liereyy. That'll be after this. But for now, we are on the Four Lakes. We'll have Nikov in the red as the Huns to the west, and Yo in the blue as the Woo, the Blue Woo. One might even say the Uwu. Look at all these fish. 16 deep fish, man. Literally double the deep fish we see in other tournament versions of this map. But as far as the Civ matchup goes, I do prefer the Wu. And not just because of the Jian Swordsman. They're still a bit more aggressive and a bit more well-rounded as far as the tech tree goes. That said, a bunch of Cav Archers could be a little bit of an issue for them if we can sort of get to that more spread out mid-game. In early water fights? Yeah, they're definitely superior in the early water fights. Doc on the way now for Mr. Yo. Doc will also be on the way here for Nikov, building it kind of close to the side. I think the logic to this is that if Yo were to go for a forward dock, it would be from this angle. That said, that does slow down the actual dock by a little bit. You can see Yo's going to be way faster in getting his first fishing ship out. So I don't know how much I like that. That said, of course, it's Four Lakes. There are several different ways to play the map. Are you going to fight mostly for water? Are you going to go for the land? We see Wu go for a Men-at-Arm Rush a lot, as it is very good with them. That doesn't mean they need to go for one, though. You certainly have options. Hun's probably more likely to play that land-focused style, but again, you don't have to. So, Yo, basically going to be a fishing ship ahead of his opponent. So getting that early Vil lead is certainly not a bad thing here for Yo. And this doesn't take into account free resources you get for whatever reason. So Yo is actually also getting that 65 extra food.
阁主命令
Also, it looks so crazy there for a second because Nico just happened to drop off his boar meat. You can see that Yo just going to rocket ahead as well in a second. Anyway, Nikov is still going to be up faster, only going to be going up on 2 fishing ships, so a very aggressive opening for him, whereas Yo is going to continue to gather some food. And you can see with that barracks coming in, we have to imagine that it will be focusing on the men-at-arms. Nikov's scout is coming in at a very good angle, and he sees the barracks right there. Yeah, it's a lot of fish, for sure. So, what is the plan then for Nikov? Goes scouting. It's why, like, yo, where's the dock at, man? Where's the dock at, man? Alright, he sees it there. Good job. Alright, men-at-arms it is, and forward Vil it is as well, so Yo is at the very least going to see where the dock is, and is going to try and sneak his own forward dock at a bit of a different angle. Yo does like to play a lot of aggressive docks on 4 lakes. It's very much in his wheelhouse, so to say. It is 3 fishing ships to 3 at this point, so Nikov has evened that out, although Yo is still slightly ahead in the resources. As for the land-based build here of Nikov, it's still a little unclear. These early walls are obviously going to be just enough to keep him safe in the short run. No vills on gold, though, whereas Yo actually has 4 villagers on the resource. Nikov, though, is already with a dock here to the north, so he's playing a fairly greedy style. Yeah, scouts plus second dock is about as greedy as you can feasibly go for. I mean, we're way past the days of Spanish going for 1 pond FC conks. Like that, where is way past that. This is about as greedy as it gets, going for scouts, and then also going for another pond away from your opponent. Yo coming in with his own dock, though, and Nikov is certainly going to be none the wiser as far as the scouting goes, although he may suspect it. I guess not, though. Alright, men-at-arms coming in. Double bit axe here as well.
准备就绪，
Scout production has begun at 2. And
什么？
perhaps Nikov thinks that his opponent isn't going to be going with the forward and the men-at-arms, but this play is very common. So I kind of am not the biggest fan of Nikov. Not considering the potential for a forward dock. You see the watchtower going to come in here so that Red can secure some gold, but at most he makes 1 fire ship, which is not going to be enough to challenge 2 fire ships. Like, yeah, the fishing ship count is going to be fantastic for him. For now. Oh, even a forward range for Yo. He's going hard. He's going hard. Forgot the Iron Fleet. And who rules in the Stormlands. Oh my god. I get so triggered thinking of the later seasons of that show. They took all the intricacy and the fine logic and just completely threw it out the window to make a Marvel movie, basically. Or Marvel TV show. Well, Nikov gonna have to completely abandon this pond. He's got the 1 fishing ship in there, perhaps to make Yo think that he's investing, because the fishing ship is the cheapest ship. But I don't know, guys. This is still a lot of dead fishing ships. Oh, and he is even going to try and commit to saving water, but there's already the 2 fire galleys out. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this, but the scooter bugs are here.
准备就绪，
And Yo probably should have been paying a bit better attention. He does lose a Vil of his own. But now Yo himself has the Vil lead. Should be king, because he's got the best story. Whatever the heck that means. But I also have no faith in George R.R. Martin to ever finish the series, so it's probably the best we're going to get. Because I used to be like a really big fan of the books, but it's just... yeah. Not so much anymore. But I read through them once, and I listened to the audiobooks version of them at least 2 times, I think. Still, Nikov does have a slight villager lead even still, despite the 6 kills there for Yo, and that's just because Nikov has been like, well, I lose a fishing ship, I make more fishing ships. And yet Yo is going to be the first one up to the Castle Age, and let me tell you guys about a little unit called the Qian Swordsman. Probably thinking, Ornlu, oh, the Qian Swordsman, it's not that good of a unit, right? How good can an infantry unit be? And let me tell you guys, it is indeed the semis. I guess I should put semifinals. All my fingers attached? Nope, I got nubs. I've got 2 nubs at this point. No, I don't mess with fireworks anymore. Dash hates fireworks. And so I was mostly trying to make sure he's calm all evening. Was just watching TV and we had a cookout. Very fun and nice in a boring sort of way. I don't know, we had good food, we were watching Squid Game, and then my mom and I watched Return of the Jedi. Hates America? Of course. I'm sorry, I thought this was America. Alright, still 45 seconds to Castle Age here for Yo. Scale mail armor is on its way. And certainly heavy pressure coming in from Nikov. That said, Yo, of course, doing a good job preserving the bills, and even the Spearman able to get a kill on the Scout. That helps out. Every bit helps. And Yo just needs to keep delaying a little bit longer. Wild Ones 2, yep, that's exactly what I was saying to my parents last night. Like, when I was a kid, I liked fireworks, right? They're fun, they're colorful. But, you know, they really don't add much to my life at this point, and they're a big negative for all animals. Well, Nikov is fighting back here on the water, but let me tell you guys. Does someone have the Qian Swordsman song? Oh, I still need to make that YouTube video. Maybe I'll be able to make that today. Alright, double stable on its way. That is not open. Okay. Oh, wait. Right, that's going to be triple stable here for Nikov. Oh, my goodness. Let the kids smile? No, I don't believe in fun. With abandoned laser show? Oh, that might be nice. At the very least, I wish that they would make the firework designated times. You know, like a specific time frame, like say 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Because they're just kind of going off all night, and it was really difficult to find an opportunity to take Dash outside for his evening walk. Because he just gets scared and run right back in. Alright guys, Siege Workshop coming in, a Ram here as well. Pikeman 2, he sees all the stables, Yo knows what he needs to do. Nice maneuvering there from the scooter bug. Oh my goodness guys, I freaking love Qian Swordsman. A 4th stable, oh my goodness. I mean, Nikov's on 10 fishing ships, it's still only 2 ahead though of his counterpart. The stay single fireworks? What's that? Oh, that's a Nikov GG if I've ever seen one. Yo, 1 game away from the grand finals of Medieval Masters. Going off for a few days. Yeah, that's kind of how it is here in America with 4th of July. I mean, it's like people don't care about specific regulations, right? They're going to set off any fireworks they can get their hands on. Oh my goodness, guys. Where is the Qian Swordsman song, guys? That is what we need to play right now. Unfortunately, not Not a great situation. It's just the Qian Swordsman represents so much power that you can get out very cheaply. But I do think it was a big mistake from Nikov to not even try checking the pawn to see if Yo was going with the forward dock. He had to spend a lot of resources fighting that one back. That was even a lower draft pick there from Yo as well. What? Nikov does qualify. Well, I guess he didn't qualify for the Warlords. But, I mean, he got 4th place in the most recent TTL. And at worst, he's getting top 4 here. He's still inconsistent, but you can get those good runs occasionally. So, Nikov's back is up against the wall. Land Madness enclosed and arena next, so no more boating. Because Yo was a saint and banned Kawasan. I want to see arena, man. Although we do have Bohemians. For the bottom 10 spots. Yeah, there are a lot of people. Basically, as I mentioned earlier, Nikov can sometimes get those nice wins because he beat Sebastian decisively and he beat Sato decisively, who are both players that are kind of hovering around that top 10, top 12. And normally I'd put Nikov maybe like top 16. So sometimes he can like get those nice results, but not always the most consistently. Nikov's definitely been to plenty of lands. Castle Edge was an actual... Oh, there was no actual fight. It's called the Qian Swordsman. And since no one else is going to play it, I'm going to play the Qian Swordsman song. I freaking love Qian Swordsman. It's such a fun unit. And there's also V2. That's the I love Qian Swordsman song, guys. Because I love Qian Swordsman. All right. I hear Teuton sounds. Oh, boy. It is Clown Town. Let's go, guys. Yo, one game away from another finals. This would be his 3rd finals in a row, because he got into the finals of Cartographers with Lix, and he got to the finals of Warlords. But to do so, he will have to vanquish the evil empire of Bohemians. This is the good, true, fair AOC arena Civ, and this is the evil post-DE arena Civ. The evil OP power creeping Civ. Turned 29? Oh no. Older than I am.
Ano.
Well, this isn't a good matchup for Teutons, in my opinion, because the ways that Teutons deal with Halb, Handkin, and Nier Hofnitsa is not much. Crenellation castles can help, but once you get to enough Hofnitsa, it's still pretty darn rough. In a pure Monk War, Teutons arguably still have the advantage with their extra conversion resistance, although you still can get out way more monks with the Bohemians because of the great gold income for them. Also, this is so fun, guys. I freaking love this weird freaking tech. Gonna trush? Oh, maybe. It's certainly always a possibility with Teutons. You want to trush Bohemians, though? I mean, Teutons will still have a better Trush head-to-head than Bohemians, but it feels like you're not really... Like, what, Bohemians are going to be mining stone? You always go to Clown Town, got no worries. Oh my goodness. Who doesn't love Clown Town? Yeah, but Paladins without Husbandry against Halbs that have a bunch of extra bonus damage is a very sad matchup. Yo, smashing? Well, definitely got outplayed on Arabia, but other than that, yeah, he's looked a shade better. Anyway, 4 on wood here for Yo. This does make me think that it will not be a tower rush. Got 4 villagers there on the... I'm British, oh no. Indeed. To quote John Oliver, I am clinically British.
Ano? Jsem připraven.
So, now the question is, what is the actual plan? Because if I'm Bohemians and I'm against Teutons and I'm not getting tower rushed, I am totally fine. Go for a couple spearmen as needed if you see the opponent going scouts. Just try and get a couple relics. And then just chill till late game. Teutons aren't even really the best civ to pressure you in early imp, and your bombard cannons being out very fast is probably going to be enough to help you defend anyway. To be then British? Oh, yes.
Ano?
Those peat bogs. What's a peat bog?
Dařbuch.
Like the... Isn't peat a rock? Yeah, that is something we see when people tower rush is they go for the chickens in the middle. Of turf that burns. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, Nikov going up 25. Yeah, but, like, at least as far as I see Arena, is just Bohemians, by existing, have an advantage against basically every civ in the game. So just as long as the game goes on without Bohemians actively losing, they're probably pretty okay with it. So to me, that puts the ball in Yo's court. I mean, he's going up pretty fast, so it's not going to be for a stable. That would be like at the very fastest 25 pop, and I still feel the most comfortable with 26 pop or 27 pop when going for scouts. So I'm pretty curious. Like, it's a fast uptime here for Yo. You can even unqueue that build, that's fine. Vanilla tournament, which is okay. It's a very standard vanilla tournament. There is nothing theoretically, you know, gimmicky about it. In my mind, you don't need to have the biggest tournaments have a gimmick, because those are the tournaments where it's like, okay, who's the very best AoE player that no one ever was? The smaller tournaments, though, you know, like the 10,000 prize pool tournaments, is like where you can have the fun gimmicks. So if anything, it wouldn't be Hidden Cup that has a huge prize pool. Hidden Cup would have a smaller prize pool, and it would just be, you know, fun. And then the players could have fun with the gimmicks if it wasn't going to be as much money on the line. Okay, so he was going to be clowning. That's fine. And Nikov's going scouts, which is a little weird to me with Bohemians, but, I mean, it's fine. Scouting doesn't feel like it's playing to the Bohemian strengths, which is going to be the gold income. Because, get this, guys, scouts are a food-heavy unit. I know, that's shocking, but you're going to hit Castle Age and only have 2 farms at this point. Okay, below course, just as I say that. Adds in a few more. Still, it's not like you're hitting Castle Age with a ton of farms, like you would when you're normally opening scouts, which is like 7 or 8 farms. Yep, Yo gonna clown it up. I think this is also in part because Bohemians were the first pick Civ for Nikov. Yo's going with Teutons, which were his 7th pick. A good intensive unit? Oh, you're very good and intensive, Diff Tom. Uh-huh. Thanks for the 57 months. Anyway, Monastery coming in here from Yo. So I think this is just, I don't want to deal with Bohemians. You have a rack now. No loom even. Yo will need to get a barracks though. He can in theory still place one there. He has the space to do so. But for the time being, it's just going to be all about the defense here from Nikov. He's already got a bunch of scouts on the field. Yo lost his own scout. And Nikov's doing just fine. Against NATO expansion? It's complicated. There's one conversion. That should be 2. Yeah, 2 conversions were successful, which is okay. It's okay to lose 2 monks to get 2 scouts here. Annoyingly loud? Yes, that's a very, very common take. Alright, Sanctity now going to be in for the monks, but Yo having 2 scouts of his own is very helpful. And the push shall continue until morale improves. Oh, cute little quick wall there. Scout does escape. Bosaw coming in for Nikov, and remember, he's only on 1 TC himself, so although his eco is going to be ahead, it's not really going to be that far ahead. Of course, now Yo has got his spearmen that even get the extra melee armor, which is nice. He's getting squires too, and in comes the siege workshop. Atonement coming in for Yo, so obviously recognizing that chances are Bohemians are going to be going for the monk war. Is he going to get Fortified Wall, guys? Is Nikov going to rush Fortified Wall? Hello, Golden Royal. Oh, come on, Nikov. Gimme. If you're boring, get Chemistry. If you're awesome, get Fortified Wall and then Chemistry. Uh-oh. Those look like Chemistry resources, guys. Boring! Exclusive to Ornlu. Yeah, the Fast Castle Fortified Wall build, man. Anyway, Yo has been in, managed to get to 3 relics at this point, but Nikov's still only on the 1 TC, remember. So he's going to be kind of stuck at like 200 resources collected ahead. And Yo's going to have an advantage in the Monk War with his native conversion resistance. An arena game? I mean, it is just good to have over the course of a long game. Tower hopping, it is possible, but it was much easier back in the day because you could always do it when the gates spawned on the corners. Because remember, arena gates spawned on the edges of the wall, not in the middle. And you still need a gate to be able to do it properly. Well, mangonel incoming. A chunk of hog, indeed. Well, a couple villagers going down there, and that means there's actually no repair capability, so that's actually a mistake from Yo for sure. Oh! Hmm. Can't be expect them to behave like a vassal state. I mean, remember that all of this started in the first place because Russia took over Crimea. So in that thought experiment, it's kind of like if the U.S. just took over Vancouver Island, which obviously, given the current administration, isn't actually very far-fetched at all, but you get the idea. Well, the push was slowed down enough by the hand cannon, or by the light cab, that the hand cannon production could begin, and now they're doing hand cannon-y things. Remember, guys, that Nikov does have devotion. It was still with the army lead.
Co žádáš? Jsem připravena.
Also, prior to the Zelensky administration, there was a lot of Russian meddling in the elections, right, within Ukraine. So, there existing a sizable portion of the Ukrainian population that is tired of Russia meddling in their affairs. It's not terribly surprising that they'd want to align themselves with a strong ally that is anti-Russia, aka America. But then, of course, from Russia's POV, it's necessary to control Ukraine because it's so... You need to push the front lines as far away from Moscow as possible. I mean, it's... From a geostrategic standpoint, it makes sense on both sides. Anyway, the hand cannons are doing the hand cannon things. I guess Yo is maybe thinking about Imperial Age, but it's probably way too late. Sightseeing, yeah.
Vašim službám. Ano. Vašim službám. Co přikazuješ?
Alright, defensive castle's coming in here for Yo. Yeah, he's got imp queued up behind Wheelbarrow, but I mean, come on, guys. Come on. Nikov's on his 3 TCs. He's doing just fine. How on earth is Yo gonna push out across the entire map? Way more secure there? You know what? Not a bad idea. Although, the second they move the capital east of the Urals, suddenly a bunch of horsemen come in from the steppes and wipe it out. Or like a wrecking ball? Yeah. If anything, the difference between American and Russian government meddling is that the Americans are, one, better at it, and two, have a significantly broader scope in which they are able to exercise their influence. I'm not saying that it better in the sense that it turns out better for the people who are in these countries. I'm saying it turns out better for America.
Ano, vašim službám.
Hardly surgical. Oh yes, that was very poorly done.
Vašim službám. Vašim službám.
But at least in terms of, you know, securing America's interests, in general, America has been pretty good at it.
Přikazuješ.
Of course, the cost of that is often, you know, global reputation, global stability.
Ano.
The entirety of making lives worse for people all over the world.
Vašim službám.
No, the Vietnam War did not start with Russian meddling. The Vietnam War started because of
Žádáš.
the French.
Jsem připraven.
Conquer Genocide Simulator, yeah.
Co přikazuješ?
Like most problems in the world, it started because of the French.
Ano.
Yeah, I mean, Yo is doing, you know, reasonably well, all things considered. It's just, there isn't a whole lot to do at this point if you're Yo. The domino theory? Yeah, I mean, the thing with the domino theory is that it was also just wrong
Startu.
and inherently flawed in its
Jsem připraven.
its logic.
Žádáš. Startu.
Because it, and like I've done a lot of research and I've written a lot in my undergrad on this. Is that
Co přikazuješ?
the issue with the domino theory is that one, it took away the agency of the not America/USSR countries, and two, it framed a lot of conflicts in a way that was like, oh, it's basically, you know, the chess battle between America and the Soviet Union, when that's not really how it was seen by most of the countries that ended up, you know, that ended up actually doing the fighting. But at least in America, it's like treated like, oh yeah, well it was the way that was thought then, and that was the only thing that made sense. When it's like, no, it made no sense at the time.
Co přikazuješ?
Anyway, guys, Yo is still dead. In case you're wondering if Yo is any less dead than he was, you know, a few minutes ago, he's still just as dead. Don't you worry. Nothing was balanced
Ano. Co
anymore.
přikazuješ?
That was the first domino, so to say.
Ano.
The last domino to fall was Harambe.
Přikazuješ?
Because once Harambe died,
Přikazuješ? Ano.
our transition to the bad timeline was complete. Man, Yo sure is still quite dead. But honestly, guys, this game was just Yo saying, like, okay, I'm up against Bohemians. I don't have a fair matchup, so let's just try and go for the Monk Rush, but Nikov did a good job defending. No correlations? Yo's on 48 bills.
Ano.
Yo's entire game plan was to not let this go to this stage. Winning the World Series?
Vašim službám.
Well, that was just a bad timeline for Chicago. Chicago sacrificed everything to get the Cubs that World Series win.
Ano.
And by yellow.
Vašim službám.
Alright, there's GG. Nikov, not done yet. Is at least taken a couple games off of Yo, but I mean, that was as close to a throwaway game as you're ever going to get for Yo. You know, you go for it. It didn't work out. I don't think Yo's going to cry too much about that one. That was Yo's home map, though. To be fair. But yeah, look at that. Second to last pick versus the number one pick. And now Yo has 3 of his top 4 picks left, whereas Nikov has 0 of his top 4 picks left. Still, we have Enclosed and Land Madness. Saracens for Enclosed. Probably versus Mayans. And then Land Madness. Or maybe Saracens for Land Madness and Portuguese for Enclosed. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Seems reasonable? Yeah, it sounds fine to me. Yeah, Saracens work for both. Pasture Madness. Alright, Yo is in the lobby. Force picking Vikings. Rip. Boredom. Rip. Alright. Still no Nikov in the lobby. But what time are the finals tomorrow? I don't know, man. Do I look like a guy who knows anything? Looks like 17 GMT. There's the third place match, and then the finals. The exact same as Warlords. Lore Wards. Okay, so it looks like Land Madness is the next map. I imagine it will probably be Berbers versus Saracens. Okay, Nikov's in the lobby now. Losing a well, it was Teutons versus Bohemians, so it was kind of a throwaway game from Yo. Just tried to go for a monk rush and it didn't work. Alrighty, guys, game number 6.
مستعد.
At least the series is going fairly deep. No, it's not a best of 9 finals, thankfully. They're going to be in the blue as the Saracens to the southwest, and to the north in the red as the Italians. It will be Nikov. Still has his tournament life on the line, but he did win the last one. He was heavily favored to win the last one. Yeah, it's Hera, Liereyy. So, Saracens versus Italians. I mean, both are perfectly reasonable civs, but it feels like Saracens are just a little bit stronger. They've got the better power units. That said, like, Italians are still a well-rounded civ, right? There's nothing wrong with Italians. They still have good archers. You still have the cheaper university text and the cheap age up. But they just don't feel as good as Saracens here. You can still just leverage that market to great effect. That said, this isn't likely a super camel-heavy matchup, and yes, Genvos can be efficient versus the Mamelukes. Yes, the Italians have the better fish boom, which is a critical factor on this map with no water. Mostly generic there? Yep. He's kind of weird. Well, we still have the whole situation where Saracens and Italians both feel like relatively balanced civs. I still think Saracens are just a bit better here on paper, but like, to me, Saracens are an A-tier civ on this map, and Italians are a B-tier civ. So it's not like we're Italians versus Romans, which feels like, oh geez, I don't know what you plan on doing. So although I do think Yo has a slight civ advantage, I don't think it's actually that gigantic. Nice little kill lure thingy there. So yeah, we'll have to see what the plan is. You know, just picking up a couple of those piggies. Only the 2 on wood to start things off for Yo. And same here for Nikov, so chances are they're going for a very fast uptime. Italians are likely going to be able to click up a villager sooner, though, thanks to their discount. Bloop. Baloop.
نعم.
So, I think it's going to be a Scouts opening for Nikov with a very quick uptime. Yo probably has a few more options at his disposal, but it could also just be a Scout opening. Getting one additional resource? I don't think so. That might be a good idea, though. Competitively at the very top? I actually think it's the opposite. I think it's best at high levels. It's, you can still get that very, very good balance and make sure that you always have a good distribution of resources. Because even Hera isn't going to have a perfect eco balance at all times. Although it feels like it sometimes. Anyway, it just looks like a Scout opening here for Yo. Nikov clicking up one villager later, but without Loom. So, a little bit... Well, I mean, they clicked up at the same time, but, you know, Nikov clicking up without Loom. But the Saracen markup market bonus is possibly my favorite bonus in AoE 2. It's a bonus that you get as much out of it as you put into it, right? It can be very helpful, but only if you use it smartly. Just a great way, super flavorful for Saracens, of course, being huge in trading. And of course, with the market discount, it became much more viable to use as well earlier on. Absolutely love the bonus. Like, people have said that they want the market bonus nerfed, but I keep the market bonus and just nerf the camel HP. I think you're fine. And maybe make Elite Mameluke more expensive. Yeah, it's an original Age of Kings bonus and was not needed any tweaks. You get those bonuses from Age of Kings that are like, wow, this bonus has aged really well. And then you have the Celt Sheep bonus and the Goth anti-hunt damage bonus, and then you're like, well, maybe those did not age quite as well. And Yo's actually just going to open archers here. So he's going to be selling his initial stone, so he's able to go for archers without having to mine any gold, which is a really nice efficiency boost. Since he didn't have to invest all of that early resources there onto the gold. I use up a skirmisher afterwards, but then it's going to go right back to archers most likely afterwards. Horse Collar also coming in here for Yo, able to leverage the market again to nice efficiency. Blacksmith coming in for Yo. Nikov is going to be up a little bit sooner, though. Nikov has already his own nice savings with the 75 food that he did not have to spend on Feudal Age. As soon as the game came out, yeah. I mean, the Kelp bonus is still useful for laming, it's really weird and doesn't feel like an AoE bonus that should exist. That's actually a good question for you guys. What is your favorite designed bonus? What do you think is like the most interesting bonus or unique tech? Because you have civs that are, of course, that should be, if they're designed well, the greater than the sum of their parts. Boar hunting was away from the TC. Yeah, that's why boar gathered so fast and deer gathered so fast, is because it would be away from the town center. Interesting or favorite? I guess whatever you want, man. It's still an interesting thing to consider. An interesting dilemma. Double upgrades and Imp Tech and Castle. Yeah, that's something that devs have played around a lot with in modern Civ design, is double effect bonuses and the getting upgrades sooner bonuses. Human second TC, yeah. Alright, still just a little bit of dancing back and forth in the middle. Nikov is actually ahead in resources, so good macro from him. And Frank's design? Well, Britons and Franks, it's just a matter of, okay, they're designing Age of Kings. We want to make a civ that's good at archers, and we want to make a civ that's good at cavalry, and that's what they did. Gajara Sheep bonus? See, to me, the Gajara Sheep bonus isn't that great because it just, you know, like, it feels like a lot of work to just get to more food in Dark Age, you know? Nope. Population still exactly even. Nothing too crazy so far. Like Vineyards as a unique tech? Yes, I do too. I think it fits in very well with the Burgundian theme. I just don't like the name. Trample damage for infantry? Oh, Druzhna? Yeah, Druzhna is also... Druzhna I like a lot because it fundamentally changes how unit interaction works. Obviously, Logistica came first with basically the exact same effect, but it was already attached to a very powerful cavalry unit, whereas it made all those cheap and otherwise generic infantry units for Slavs. It gave them, you know, again, different interactions. Yeah, I talk about that.
Hello?
I think I've talked about that in various videos of mine and on stream. You don't need to have the Civ name in a unique tech. The unique tech is literally, it's right there. It is inherently unique. Yeah, donjons are really cool. Fan of those. It's like human mercenaries. Just call the tech mercenaries. Burgundian vineyards. The Burgundians are the only Civ with vineyards, so just call the tech vineyards. Anyway, nice little kill there for Nikov, but he ends up losing a lot of units in the process. Market now on the way here for our red player, but Yo, of course, with the Saracen market, going to be able to leverage a good uptime of his own. Was going to be El Dorado, it makes no sense. And names run out, yeah. Vineyard so far, yeah. Castle Age on the way here for Yo. I mean, yes, again, I still think Saracens are a little bit better on average, but it's not like Nikov's going to be much slower up. He just needs a little bit more food, and he's good to go. I mean, it's a 30-second Castle Age difference. Resources collected are still a little bit better for Nikov anyway.
Salve.
Whoa, what are those villas doing? Kind of weird. Yeah, Cataparuto is fun. I like Cataparuto because it gives a Civ with very underwhelming siege otherwise an interesting siege option, right? Cataparuto would feel really lame if it was attached to a Civ with very good siege already. But it's like Warwolf, which is another unique tech I like a lot. This also changes how trebs work a little bit. Japanese trebs are much more efficient at clearing bases, and you can kind of use them as like mortar fire in big fights. We see that a lot in BF. Whereas Warwolf trebs, again, it kind of fundamentally changes how trebuchets work with units. Yeah, again, the Italian age up bonus, it's helping. It's not quite as good as the Saracen bonus, but it's... Again, we're talking about a Civ that is pick 6 versus pick 4, and based off of, like, the remaining Civs, there was a lot more priority put into Saracens for Yo, so I don't think that Nikov is, like, that behind just based off of the Civ selection. That said, Yo is forward, and he has the age advantage, so it's still a very real advantage that Yo has in this game, as the armies are still very similar, as are the villager counts. Army up, yep. Oh, this could be brutal, guys. Oh my goodness, this is going to be very brutal. Uh-oh. I mean, Yo's going to react about as well as he could in this current, you know, given the situation. But that's very good for Nikov, guys. He wants to bring this to a game 7. 6 vills ahead. He's getting his own relevant upgrades, and that's... I mean, we're talking all about the Civs. The Civs have nothing to do with that. That's just a good army positioning. Nikov's army is going to be under some heavy fire, though. Man, that's a lot of units going down there. Nikov's own eco is also being idled a fair amount. Oh, drill is another one of my favorite unique techs. Or just, like, design bonuses. It fits the theme of Mongols very well with the speedy stuff, and it just complements the Civ very, very well. And it changes a lot of the interactions you have with units. Crenellations is another good one for sure. Well, the garrison infantry thing is kind of eh, but the extra range, again, it changes a lot of the interactions that you have with castles. Didn't have bonus. Yeah, that was added later on. I honestly think that feudal age bonuses versus skirms versus spirit can probably be reduced. Mechanic to Vikings? I just really haven't seen it be that effective so far, but in theory I like it. Anyway, it is ballistics versus no ballistics quite yet. Nikov's still 7 bills ahead. Yo gonna try and add a second TC, but obviously he's gonna need to get something done here. He's 300 resources behind, although he has taken better fights.
أمرك.
Bosa and Wheelbarrow on the way.
مستعد.
Oh yeah, Torsion Engines is another, I think one of the best designed unique techs, because it's, again, it's the fact that Torsion Engines is attached to a civ that doesn't have anything special with their siege otherwise, but it just gives them that option in the late game and just some of the most fun units to play with. But their siege is still otherwise completely generic. So it's not like it's, you know, stacked on top of each other, like a lot of, like, strong bonuses stacked on top of each other, which we get a lot with, like, these newer design civs. It's like, you just get Torsion Engines. Supremacy, yeah, Supremacy is obviously a lot of fun. Yeah, Goths, I mean, it's not the fanciest, flashiest unique text, but they synergize so well with the rest of the civ design.
نعم.
Anyway, Nikov taking some better fights here. Hades catching up real quick. And still 7 bills behind is Yo. He's going to need to display some good micro here. If Nikov brings us to a game 7 on Enclosed, man. Manipur Cap, the thing is, it's still very difficult to actually get to Cavalry because you don't really have the eco to get a good Cav play going.
نعم.
Why is his score ahead? Scouting, I think. Yeah, scouting. Yo, scouting. Nikov scouting. All right, Knights are charging forward. Yo doing a nice job of sniping the archers. Of course, the biggest threat there to the Knights, which only have that +1 defense. Still, the onus is on Yo to continue to make something happen, but Nikov smartly switching over into the crossbowmen. Oh, bit of a danger close hit there. Again, Yo trying to snipe the individual archers, but the KD is even. Yo still only a little bit behind in resources. And again, he's trying to make it work, guys. Yeah, Atheism is such a great unique tech, for sure. But I do like Supremacy again. It changes a lot of unit interactions.
أمرك.
But it doesn't... Supremacy isn't busted because bills don't have an attack move ability. Yeah, Nomad's not a great one. Yeah, Nomad's such an exciting bonus. It makes a slightly annoying situation not annoying anymore. Alright, Archer's still here at the back. So despite the very good run around here from Nikov in early Castle Age, Yo is hanging in there. I still prefer Nikov's position, whatever the score may say. And yet, Yo is not dead. Knight goes down there. And Yo has a monastery over there to the east. Both players have monks on the field. We see relic number 1 coming in here from Nikov. Now picking up Bosaw, look at that. Yo's eco upgrades are superior, though. It's one of the most important ways that he's even trying to keep pace with Nikov, despite being, you know, a good 5 to 7 bills behind for so long. Still, Nikov's on the 3 TCs. He is getting those upgrades eventually, and he's developing a cheaper, better army with the archers. Well, at least the scarier army offensively. All right, guys, this is going to be a compelling game. Close out the series, possibly, or bring us to a game 7. Oh, Insta. Insta. Third TC here at the back. Second stable now on the way here for red. Actually, no, that's the first stable. Can't believe they didn't have a stable already. Presto. Horse collar just now on the way for Nikov. Again, it still feels like the onus is on Yo to make something happen, and yet he's ahead in resources collected. Nikov, like I said, his biggest weakness as a player is his eco management. Potentially, I don't think they'd be the best, but they'd be extremely good. And do we really need Byzantines to be a better post-imp civ? I don't think so. All right, Yo gonna be going on to the 4 TCs. Should turn the opponent's villagers into hostile militia? Oh no. Wouldn't that be so fun? A tech that turns all of your opponent's villagers into Flemish militia. Three unique techs? Yeah, Atheism, Flemish Revolution, and First Crusade. Insider Revolution. No, just call it Irredentism. Alright guys, Yo is getting closer to those Imperial Age resources. Again, despite being 10 vills behind, he's still keeping pace with his opponent. International solidarity. They feel very weird in AoE. And yet, it's just part of the game. Weird interactions. It's just part of the AoE magic, right? The game isn't perfectly streamlined and consistent like StarCraft is. There are bonuses from other civs? Like what?
Ein, presto, salve.
Alright, Imp is on its way.
Ein.
Garam's still here applying a little bit of pressure. No, it's really. That's uncommon. Anyway, Yo is indeed on his way up. He is playing this one very well after being in a... Like, both players are playing well, right? But I think Yo is really clawing his way back. He's taking efficient fights, he is defending, and he's going to be leveraging a bit of a faster Imperial Age time. Because again, he shouldn't be ahead in resources. He should be decisively behind, but obviously he's not. 10 deer on your TC. AoE 3's Swedes were so silly. They had like the 1 unit counters all in the Carolean, and then you just didn't have to mine any gold or coin or whatever. Just built your torps around it. Alright, Imp on the way here for Nikov, but he is behind in the timing. Except offline accept events. Yeah, T-West is streaming full-time now. But he got a lot of traction with doing LAN events and then hosting cartographers, and then there was like this time when he was hosting cartographers and then there really wasn't a lot of T90 Dave streaming, so he got a lot of viewership and worked really hard to grow, so I'm really proud of him. All right. Racer coming in, chemistry coming in. Nice run by here from Nikov, though. Again, this is Nikov's tournament life on the line. Both of these civs are very versatile in the late game. Still, Skirms are going to be taking efficient fights there, and of course, Yo probably recognizing that this is the best unit in AoE 2. First Trebuchet is on the way. A couple more Vil kills. I mean, Nikov is still ahead in overall Vil kills, though, so he's been, relatively speaking, doing well. But he's got no Vils on gold. He got 3 relics, which is nice, but where's the gold potentially? Obviously, that gold's being denied by the castle. There's this gold, but that's very exposed. He's got gold over here in the back. He doesn't scout that gold, though, which is not good. Racer coming in. Yo has a nice score lead at this point. Oh, this could be getting rough, guys. +4 defense is going to be a pickup soon, I'm sure, for Yo. Got a bombard cannon on the way.
نعم.
DC down, goes down over there. And Nikov still has a slight build lead, but the eco upgrades aren't as good, and the eco efficiency isn't as good. There's the ring archer armor coming in, and then Yo will likely want to switch over into his Mamelukes. Once he gets enough trebs down, and now he's got the fully upgraded skirmishers, I think the Mameluke is obviously the end goal here. Now several wills are going down for Nikov too, and Yo, I think, is going to just flex his late game might here, and will probably end up winning this series 4-2. Nikov's in a very bad spot. His eco is a mess. His tech is not as good as his opponent's. Yo is able to start making his own important tech switches, and he's got all the map control and the larger army. There really isn't an angle of this game in which Nikov is decisively ahead.
Actually, Ornlu, Nikov has one more relic than Yo. That's very much an advantage over the course of the game.
Anyway, GG, good luck, says Nikov. Still a solid tournament result from Nikov for sure, but a 12% more efficient eco from Yo is just, that's a little too much to overcome, honestly.
Impero?
And again, that seems to be Nikov's biggest weakness, that is harder to overcome against the very tippy-top players. So Yo wins the series 4-2 and will move on to his third grand finals in a row. A lot of wood collected there from Nikov as well. Resigning too late. Nope. Like I said, still a decent overall result for Nikov. Top 4 in a reasonably large A-tier tournament is nothing to be ashamed of. Alright, so the other one is Hera versus Liereyy. I mean, to be fair, Liereyy has been playing stronger than Hera in this particular tournament. It's just you can generally rely on Hera to win when he needs to win. Oh boy. Oh boy. On a certain Discord server, Nikov has typed, honestly, just remove skirms from the game. 90% of my games are just skirm war. Oh my goodness. Skirm harder. He who skirms hardest skirms best. Alright, we already have the Civ drafts. Alright. And Hera is on the left side. African Clearing will be game number 1, a map we have not really seen that much of. Oh, Liereyy with 3 hybrid maps, man. Hera with all the aggressive maps. Larry had enough fortress. Yeah, can't blame him for that one. That was a rough one for him. I mean, it was a really good game, and Liereyy played super well, but you know, it was a 2.5 hour game. It's not the sort of game that Liereyy enjoys. Well, to be fair, do you want to play Hera on any map? That is my question. Alright, so not in the lobby quite yet, but we do have the drafts done. I am going to take a quick break, guys. Thank you all so much for watching, and yeah, be right back. Ugh. What's up, baby? Still don't have a lobby yet. Says they have a lobby though. Huh. Don't see anything yet. Smaller in early game than it is in late game. Yeah, Hera feels pretty inevitable in late game these days. What's Hera's African clearing civ? Might cover things about to fall off. Alright, they are in the lobby now. African clearing civ for Hera. You could go Romans. Could go Vietnamese. Could go Cubans. There's a decent amount of versatility in African clearing civs. Chinese probably feels the most likely from Liereyy, though, although I'm not sure about using your number 1 pick, game number 1, in a best of 7. We shall see. Romans for land madness? That is also quite fair. Maybe just play Romans like 5 different times. Ever think of that? That is the way. This is the way. Alrighty, kids, here we are. Game number 1, semifinals. It's another Hera Liereyy set. Let's see how Liereyy can do this time. He does not have a good matchup versus Hera historically. Pushed Hera to the game 7, or last game, many times, but he always seems to just fall short. Liereyy in the yellow is the Chinese to the southwest, and Hera in the blue as Dawei here to the northeast. Russia? Yeah, Lithuanian Cav archers are perfectly fine. Fun fact, they used to have Parthian tactics. They only lost that later on. Is this the way to fight Liereyy? It absolutely is the way. Now, I still think Wei are a fairly mediocre civ, all things considered. Whereas Chinese are literally one of the best civs on this map. Yeah, 3 seconds idle time with Chinese guys. I don't know if you know that. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Also, Hera's not TCing... Why isn't he TCing on a pond? Huh? Someone want to explain this one to me? Why would you TC on a gold? I mean, I get wanting to protect your gold, but normally you just need to get the food income going as fast as possible. Were Huns banned? No. They were just not picked. Aiden said that looks a lot like a 25% win rate to me. And I wonder how many of those wins came from the long, long ago time. Before the calamity. Wait a minute. Oh, he just has a rhino underneath his TC. What kind of hacker move is this from Liereyy? Look at this. It's just chilling, man. Red Bull 4. That was in the long, long ago time, unfortunately. That was, what, 2022? Civil War? No, they're completely different civilizations. What are you talking about? Guys, I have no idea how Lierey's gonna lose this game.
Wait.
20 in a row? Yeah. Can do some silly stuff. I don't know what you, honestly, with a 3-second idle time start with Chinese. I mean, yes, he did get Loom, but still. Yeah, that's Wu. They have the magic of the Jian swordsman. Wei, I have no idea what Hera's gonna do here, other than probably lose this game. Remember, this is Lierey's #1 Civ pick, and it's Hera's last Civ pick. So this is not likely a game that Hera has that high hopes for. Yes, you have the Xianbei Raider. I still don't think they're all that great, but we'll see. I mean, Lierey's 300 resources collected ahead, guys. I mean, he's had almost a perfect start. He does need another... Oh, no, he's got the mill. My bad.
准备就绪。
He needs to mature. Oh, look, another Rhino coming in. He's going to have 3. Hera clicks up only a little bit slower, but with fewer villagers. Of course, no reason for him to get Loom. Like, this is a perfect start with the best Civ on the map versus a Civ that, I mean, has a fine start for Hera. It's not, like, necessarily dreadful, but they're just kind of a mediocre Civ all around. 准备就绪. Versus best player? Yes, but as good as Hera is, Chinese are a better Civ than Wei on this map, then Hera is a better player than Liereyy. Hera is only a little bit of a better player than Liereyy, whereas Chinese are a significantly better Civ than Wei here. I guess I don't know the way. Stable on the way here for Liereyy. Again, eco difference is exceptional. SS tier versus CD tier? Yeah, basically. Alright, Loom is now coming in for Hera. We'll, of course, want to get those eco upgrades as soon as possible with Dawei. But it's just you get the villager bonus, you know, from the get-go. Or from the gecko, as Turkmen would say. As Chinese, whereas you just have to wait until you get the eco upgrades in as Dawei. It would be used so often. I mean, I'm wrong plenty, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong here, as we have a 7 population lead already. Holy cow. Is to wait. Something like that. The Wei puns are the strongest with the Wei Civ. Yeah, it's pretty good. Air Blast Pyro versus Pure Demo Knight. Oh, jeez. Although the meme ability of the Demo Knight was very high.
何种命令？
Which was the one that got stronger with the more kills you got? That was really fun to play with. But I'm somebody who played a lot of Spy, which is just objectively not that good.
准备就绪。
Solar Light? No, I haven't. Islander, yeah, that one. That was fun to mess around with. Best meme Civs. I don't know. Well, Hera did kill Liereyy starting Spearman. Oh, way. Oi, way.
什么？
Got Horse Collar not coming in here from Liereyy. Hera already has that upgrade, of course, as Dawei. Guys, look, 800 more resources collected. This is just silly. And yet Hera's still taking good fights because, you know, Hera things. I don't get it. What does Oi Wei mean? Alright, so we got the blacksmith coming in. Still, Hera's strength is mostly in the scouts. They're going to be taking a little bit of a better engagement there. Oi Wei. This may... Ah! I'm afraid my Yiddish is not up to scratch. A pre-imp? Yeah, they've got the extra HP for their cav units in Castle Age. Ove. Ah, I did not know that. Well, I mean, Yiddish is basically, you know, Old German plus Hebrew, right?
什么？
什么？何种命令？
Well, archer range coming in now for Hera. And the fact that Hera's even keeping this competitive is amazing to me. Although Lierey's still clicking up sooner by a pretty decent margin. Actually, this is getting pretty sizable of an advantage here for Liereyy. Hera is now getting a blacksmith. And we'll click up after that villager, but it's still probably going to be around a minute advantage here for Liereyy. There you go. Oh, really? Jeez. Siege workshops are won. Liereyy can do basically anything semi-reasonable and win this game. Wisdom. I mean, Hera's likely still going to be going for those Xianbei raiders, but I'm still not remotely convinced that this is going to be effective. To Nazia. Well, Nazis are really good at ruining everything, so, you know, it is what it is. All you can do is just condemn them and not give them the space to voice their vitriol. Because we hate Illinois Nazis. I don't know if that was canceled in time. Anyway, Bod Croissant coming in here from Liereyy. Cheeseheads more, that's true. It is good old Bod Croissant. Skirm's now coming in here from Hera, but this certainly does not feel very impressive. Second TC for each player as well. Tom Scott. As if the 3K sims don't exist. Fair enough. Hollow and devoid of meaning. That's why I jumped ship and became a Ravens fan. Closer than it was before. I mean, again, Hera is playing exceptionally well at staying alive. He's lost 0 villagers to the Bod Crosaw timing. The beef with Tom Scott. It's somebody on my Discord a long time ago said that I hated Tom Scott for some reason, and people just kind of ran with it. I mean, I know Tom Scott is a YouTuber, but I don't know anything about him. And I feel like it's more fun if I keep it that way. I mean, again, Hera is defending. The Vil discrepancy isn't that significant. The eco upgrades are basically identical.
什么？
No ballistics in for Liereyy. Although Hera doesn't even have bodkin. Oh, that's rough. Lierey's also binding a fair amount of stone. And there's TC number 3, is Liereyy building his TCs in a straight line. 2. Except, I think Tom Scott is a little bit more popular than I am. Alright, wheelbarrow coming in here from Liereyy. The thing with Liereyy is right now is that he's ahead, but he's not really getting any more ahead. Which, in a way, can be seen as a bit of a win for Hera, so long as he manages to keep staying alive, staying alive. You got a few million? In a way. Well, I mean, again, the game will progress onward. We've got a rocket card on the field as well to help out versus the Xianbei Raiders. Guys, if Hera is able to win this game, I feel like Lierey's not taking a game in this series.
什么？
There he is, getting close to a castle, though. And a forward castle could be
准备
devastating.
就绪。
We got Bodkin coming in now. Still no ballistics, though, for either player, which is kind of interesting. They're just working with the crossbowmen for now. Oh, yeah. We need to have, what was it, Starkiller base that destroyed the 3 planets in a line.
何种命令？什么？
Like, again, I was watching Return of the Jedi with my mom last night, and it's like, you know, you just think it's so exciting as a kid, and you just don't realize how many plot holes there are, and how they couldn't think of anything more exciting than what if they made another Death Star that had basically the exact same weakness as the first Death Star.
何种命令？
It just felt
准备
like
就绪。
you're doing the exact same thing over again. Star Wars 2. It's fun. Star Wars is fun, right? The Death Star. The main reactor shut. I know, man. Like inside, yeah. Instead of having to fly in the trench, they had to fly inside the Death Star. It was totally different. All right, ballistic's gonna be here for Hera. Oh no, guys, are you pro or anti-Ewok? Because I'm pretty indifferent. I'm Ewok indifferent.
准备就绪。
I mean, like, yeah, they're gimmicky, but there's a lot in Star Wars that's gimmicky. I don't think they're that out of place.
什么？准备就绪。
My mom thinks they're cute, and my dad thinks they're stupid. Ahead in Vils, because he's Hera. He also doesn't have wheelbarrow, and Liereyy has handcart. And he also gets the eco upgrades. Alright. Entirely on your mood, yeah. Rocket cart still should be very good here. guess it's kind of sort of working out. But still no +2 defense. That definitely hurts the skirmishers there. Still, Hera was able to completely reset the rocket cart numbers. It's just now we've got that castle incoming. They are worse than jabberish? What's jabberish? I did watch Rogue One, and I still think that it was probably the best Star Wars movie overall. It definitely had the best ending. Even if, again, it's Star Wars, there's always going to be plenty of plot contrivances.
可主命令，准备就绪。
But yes, I do think Rogue One is the best Star Wars. And rewatching it recently after watching Andor, I actually didn't find the first time I watched Rogue One, I'm like, oh man, this first half is really slow. But I didn't find it slow at all the second time I watched it. Beautiful locations. Yeah, beautiful locations like Hoth and Tatooine. Only half the screen time in a bunkered door frame. Yeah.
Wait.
Moral complexity of that? Well, I mean, that's entirely Andor, right?
什么何种命令？
Fight at full capacity? Then that kind of ruins the whole point of AoE, doesn't it? I mean, Hera is still behind, right? He's been behind this entire game just because Liereyy had a good start with Chinese and they've taken more or less even fights. Liereyy is still going to be over a minute faster to the Imperial Age, so he still should have this win. But again, Hera's done a great job of making himself less dead. It's entirely desert, exactly. No, Star Wars is not at all complex, at least in its origin. Yeah, 80% accuracy.
何种命令？什么？准备就绪。
Podunk Planet? Oh, yeah, that is entirely Dune. Oh, my goodness.
何种准备就绪？什么？何种命令？
To see fight? What about all the fighting that takes place before post-imp? Some Tiger Cav? I think you need some Charlie Sheen Tiger Blood. Alright, more upgrades coming in here from Liereyy. Hera is still not dead yet, though. He's in Imp, and yes, you do have fully upgraded skirmishers as Dawei. Added complexity. Originally, yeah.
何种命令？
I heard the Clone Wars series is really good. I just don't really have that much interest in watching it. It's true. I mean, on the one hand, Liereyy is Chinese on this map. These are the first two vills to die of Hera's, by the way, this entire game, which is just redonkulous. But Hera has skirmishers. So can we really favor the guy who isn't making skirmishers? Oh, never mind, guys. Lierey's going skirmish himself. It's all over. It's not good writing. Well, that's the prequels, right? Oh boy, Liereyy dancing around here. Hera no +4 defense yet. He's starting to run out of troops. Again, this is a game that Hera probably didn't expect to win. He picked his last pick Civ versus Lierey's first pick Civ. It's Chinese on this map, and Liereyy had a very good start. It's super, super hard to win. Well, most of the skirm upgrades are in. Now you're just missing chemistry. I didn't watch... I saw The Force Awakens and didn't watch any of the other Disney movies. I mean, the prequels were still my childhood, so I'm always going to have nostalgia for them. And at least the prequels have significant meme ability to them. Whereas The Force Awakens, at least, looked like it was made by a focus group at Disney. And I heard The Force Awakens was the best of the later trilogy, so I have no desire to watch Return, or what is it? Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. More. Yeah, that is there's that one meme. Was the best. Yeah, and I thought Force Awakens wasn't very good. Even bother finished watching? Yeah, that's pretty insane that they made a Star Wars movie that bad. Guys, is this game over yet? Expand the universe. Yeah, at the very least, the prequels absolutely made the Empire, or, well, the Republic into the Empire feel a lot larger. Right? It wasn't just on those small, out-of-the-way planets. With all the different oddball creatures in it. It just, you know, had very bad writing and pacing for much of it. Well, more tribbing gonna come in, and Liereyy making some Cavalier. Doing the thing. Oh my god. Well, that Treb is gonna go down. Cavalier charging through, though, and that is probably going to be something that Hera has no possible way of dealing with, because nothing he's making are good against Cavalier. Tiger Cav sure as heck aren't, and the Skirmishers sure as heck aren't. Such a fail, yeah. Alright, Mingguang armor coming in. It is obviously way too late. What a crappy game, number one, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, this was basically about as close to a Civ win as you can get, and it's just Hera. Hera, again, was very impressively staying alive for such a long time, but it really felt like he never was getting back into the game, right? The mighty traction tread is out. Look at it go. Oh my god, I got a kill. Oh, guys, is it gonna get another kill? Oh my god, guys, it got 2 kills. I mean, 6 melee armor is nice, but remember, the Cavalier have 5 melee armor. Although the Tiger Cav, once they start getting kills, can be really, really scary. Hera has, like, no map control, though. I do kind of wish Liereyy had picked up the rest of the relics, to be fair. But there's another castle coming in, and Lierey's still doing everything he needs to close out this game. He's going for Arm plus Cavalier. Has a significantly more valuable army composition. It should be a very, very decisive fight in his favor. They belong in Toys R Us. Oh, that's a pretty sick burn. Yeah, you generally do not ever want to have that many builds on wood unless you're playing a water map. As long as there is a way. Obviously, no elite Tiger Cav, which would be pretty darn helpful. Liereyy still... I mean, how much more gold has Liereyy collected this game? Yeah, Lierey's collected like double the gold this game, but that's pretty darn telling. I don't know, guys. I think Hera's gonna come back in this game in double jeopardy. Easy 24 hour. Alright, GG called. Liereyy does take game number 1. Like I said, this is a game that Hera likely did not expect to win. And he didn't. Hera likely thinking that there just is not a good civ against Chinese, so might as well just use my last pick. Still, a win's a win, and Liereyy does strike first blood in this series. And Liereyy still only lost, like, what, 3 games the entire tournament? 2 games, actually. Liereyy is 13-2 in this tournament. Series wins more reliable? Yep. I mean, Hera's drafting skills have improved just immensely over the, last several years. I mean, what Hera was able to do is he was able to round out a lot of the rough edges in his gameplay, which were a lot of the more strategic side of things, the late game side of things, the drafting side of things. Are we going to Kawasan? I hope not. Hera's in the lobby. Also, last night I didn't set up a schedule for the YouTube stream, and the viewership is a lot lower. Folder messaged me, said, hey, it doesn't make much sense to set up a YouTube notification if you're not going to be streaming for like 10 plus hours. And maybe he's right. Like, I'm still new to this, of course. But I don't know. Maybe it is still a good idea to set up the notification for the YouTube stream. I would imagine it helps, although in an ideal world, I can set up the notification to go up maybe like 3 hours or so before I actually go live, but you can't do that. You can't schedule the scheduling post, and I'm obviously asleep until before my stream. So yeah, it's just more of a learning curve. Also, I need to try and focus on actually casting more during games, because someone pointed out on a YouTube comment that I'm just derping around. If I don't have a lot of people watching. But if people are watching my VODs, then I probably should focus more on the actual casting. Scheduling a stream? Spamming people's YouTube boxes, or notification boxes if it wouldn't help. Is my selling feature? It depends. Depends. Well, if I have a lot of people watching, then I absolutely try and cast. But if, again, it's like today and there's all the other big streamers online, then I generally just kind of want to hang out with people. It's really my only unique selling point. You enabled the derping, that's true. Star Wars being cast, well, the game was just over, man. What, like, again, I'd pay more attention if, you know, we had 400 or 500 people watching, but we just didn't. So it's like, what's the point? Yeah, I do cast when there are good games. That's true. Get Beast G instead? Yeah, we'll cast Heaven and Hell next week. Anyway, Hera in the blue here as the Inca to the north of the map, and to the southeast in the green as the Aztecs, it will be Liereyy. So we got ourselves an American Civ matchup here, and as a rule, I do like Incas in the inter-American matchups, as Eagle plus Skirmisher into Eagle plus Slinger is very, 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 very hard to stop. Johnny Dirt. Kind of justifiable. Well, how many people is T90 casting to right now? 3.7k. So it's clearly what people like. Anyway, we did have the elephant lamed there by Hera, which is huge. I have no idea why Liereyy didn't grab the elephant right away. And it's even more OP because Liereyy had a forward elephant and Hera had a back elephant, which means it's very difficult for Liereyy to lame himself.
Jay?
Have a professional touch when they're serious. If I'm casting to a lot of people and I'm being more serious, what is unprofessional about what I do? Again, that's just when I, not like, again, these streams, I'm not trying to do the professional cast. Because again, like when I'm just casting to my hardcore audience, I just, you know, hanging out with you guys for the most part because that's what my regulars tend to want. I mean, even T-West is going to be giving a much more professional cast than I would at this particular point.
Jay?
Yeah, again, that's when I'm casting to the largest audience, right? But even if I'm casting to, like, you know, 300, 400, 500 people plus, I'm going to be much more focused. Anyway, Lear's going to have Loom. It's all good in the hood. At least Hera did not also lame the zebra. Oh, wow. Actually, the bill went down there. Wow. Difficult to grow my key audience? Well, my thought process is that I've tried to be as professional as possible, and the audience doesn't grow anyway, because AoE viewership isn't growing overall. And so if I am going to grow my stream, it would have to be at the expense of another caster, and I don't really think there's a way for me to pull viewers over from T90 Dave, which is just, you know, it is what it is. I don't think there's much more I can do to become a better caster than I am when I'm actually, you know, going full-blown caster mode. I do think I'm pretty good at that at this point, and that it's just, you know, the way it is and why I'm looking for a job. Sabotage, yeah. Two kills. And Hero Well, the kill is on the Scout Cavalry and the Villager, so the overall KD is 2-0, whereas the Eco KD is 0-1 because of the Bill Hera lost over here. If anything, what's been impressive is that T West has been able to grow his stream. And has been able to actually build up a steady-ish following even when the other casters are online, but he had a lot of things that both he did intentionally and he lucked into that is the sort of thing that you necessarily need to succeed. Way too tired. It's all good. Like I said, I'm really, really proud of T West. He's worked hard. With his personality? Yeah, I mean, obviously I've done a lot of work with T West, and I've talked with T West a lot, and people say how similar we are, and we do have a lot of similarities, and we're friends. But I feel like as casters, we're fairly different. Anyway, Blacksmith coming in, Hera going for the Skirmishers. And like I said, it's usually Eagle plus Skirmisher in the American Civ matchup. Vidak's on its way. Anti-hype casters. I'm still probably a bit... I am both a bit less focused in most of my average streaming than T West. And I also probably get excited a bit more. For Ornlu, yeah. I mean, all the casters have a different style. That's why we all exist in our own little niches. In the current year of our Lord and Savior Doubt 2025, you mean? Farm check? Oh, you want a farm check? I can give you a farm check. Soon to be 8 farms versus 6 farms. And to be fair, out-farming Hera is not something that happens very often. And Lierey's 2 vills ahead. Or a vill and a half ahead, rather. Yeah. Oh, Skirm's shooting and scooting. Or scooting and shooting. Works like half the time. Well, that's often how laming is. Yeah, it's just you know, it's a risk. It's a gamble. But Lierey's done a great job. And this is a much more even Civ matchup. I still and I even prefer Inkas slightly, so, you know, Liereyy taking this game I think would be huge for him. It would be big if true, although Hera's now going to be getting the farm lead because you can't keep a good Hera down when it comes to farming. But Lierey's micro has been superior. Make Aztecs great again. Fair. Or make it +3, +4, +5 in Feudal Castle, or Dark Feudal Castle Age. Another kill there? I mean, again, Liereyy is just taking good fights here. Carry capacity to 2. Monks and Jaguar Warriors get an enormous discount and generate gold over time. and the villagers and skirmishers and spearmen all become more expensive. Seems fair. Anyway, Hera's bank is looking very good because Hera is ahead in resources. And look at that. It's the food collected, man. It's what he's so good at. And of course, you get the discount to Zenkas. Basic opponents pay for their walls. It's not that Socotra is smaller. Well, one, Socotra did used to be smaller. That's true. But also the actual map is smaller. They just basically cropped out all of the edges that was just water anyway. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Anyway, Hera marketed first, so we got a little bit of a better deal. The best deal in the history of market deals. Waves hands forward and backward. No, but this is giving him that important timing advantage that Hera... But it is so important to Hera's game style, is just getting that momentum advantage. We saw it in the series versus MBL, where the games that Hera lost, he very often just wasn't ahead going into Castle Age. I mean, Hera can win, you know, in any game state, because he's just that good. But it's a matter of... Hera is still not a perfect AoE player, because nobody is. And the games that he does lose tend to be ones where he doesn't have that early lead. Alright. Hey man, I know my history. No, Aztecs and Incas had no idea about each other. When it comes to history knowledge, Riley is basically a more extroverted version of me. Also, I think I had more of a formal education in history than Riley did, although Riley is certainly very knowledgeable. Yeah. Too far away from each other. Also, it's kind of an interesting fact that for most of human history, interactions tended to be more east-west or west-east than they were north-south. Probably had to do with climate and people wanting to move around in the more similar climate. Yes, Riley Reid, everyone's favorite AoE 2 content creator. Oh my god. Alright, Skirm upgrades coming in here for Hera. Like I said, Eagle Skirm is the name of the game, and lo and behold, the slingers are coming in. It's almost like I know AoE, guys. Incan Empire? No, they were actually quite contemporary. Does he have a bachelor in history? I thought I thought it was mostly just a passion project for him. Like I said, he's certainly knowledgeable. Anyway, it's going to be the monks coming in. This is definitely a bit of an adaptation that Lierey's doing based off of him being Aztecs. I don't think it's actually good, though. Because the cheap skirms are still going to be very good against the monks. Well, on land, it's the Darien Gap. I think that you could make the interesting point that if they really wanted to, the Aztecs could have sailed up and down the coast much more, but the Aztecs really didn't need to do that. The Incas were a bit more on the Pacific Ocean and sailing up and down the Pacific Ocean than the Aztecs were. But again, it's something that they could have done, but just never really had the incentive to do so. University of majoring in history. Ah, there you go. I didn't know he wasn't a history major. That's cool. Anyway, Fanurupitas, thank you so much for gifting this up to Old Man Willow. And Old Man Willow, welcome to the Wolf Pack. Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu Wolf and friends. And thank you, Fanurupitas. I can pronounce that, which I probably can't. At your civilizations? There are plenty of reasons for that. I mean, the Caribbean is still way, way smaller and less diverse in terms of what it can support. Good pronunciation? Wow. That is surprising to me. Yeah, this is what I was talking about from the very beginning of the game, is that the matchups between the American civs, or Mayans or Aztecs plus Incas, looks a lot like this. That said, Hera's completely running away. Huh. Yes, because slingers, in my opinion, are overpowered in castle age. And Incas are the civ that, in general, you'd want to make swordsmen against the most because of the fact that they make a lot of eagle warriors and skirmishers, which are both obviously not that good against swordsmen. But it's just the slinger completely nullifies that. The climate's a bit rough, and the actual land and arable land is way, way, way smaller. Although we still, you still had the Taino and the Arawak, who, they both had naval civilizations, I guess we could say. But there are a lot of reasons that we didn't see the empires that we saw in Europe and Asia and occasionally in Africa in the Americas. Anyway, mangonels are out here for both players. It is still all about the armies, both players on the 1 TC. Hera, though, is ahead by 400 resources. Huge problem. The lack of that, and the lack of draft animal. Well, draft animals not named llamas. Perhaps some awareness? I mean, that's possible. But any knowledge is going to be minimal. The llama always gets drafted last. Tragic. Anyway, great hit there for Hera. Monks are working at their 55 HP. It's just like, nothing represents a ton of value to get converted other than mangonels, and the mangonels can be much more readily brought here in the back, although you do have to be very careful here as Hera. And Lierey's trying to make this work. I am surprised that Hera hasn't been a bit more aggressive in trying to take fights up before the mangonels came in. I mean, he had the larger army. He is 8 bills ahead, showing his better macro, of course, as he always does. Monks are healing up the injured units, though, which is a good little advantage here for Liereyy. As you can see, a lot of these units are fairly injured for Hera, despite his larger numbers initially. I mean, we're at 7 monks. Got chainmail armor on its way. That's a half. That is a mangonel that had to be deleted. Just got to be careful there. But Liereyy doing okay for himself. Overall KD is better right now for Hera, though. Still, Lierey's army is actually slightly more valuable. And now the Siege Workshop is starting to get converted. And Hera can't pop out the mangonel because this one's on the high ground. So he'd pop it out, he'd get one shot off, and then it would just lose the mango trade. Lack of ballistics has definitely been a bit of an issue here for Hera, as he is relying on those ranged units much more. Alright, 2 mangonels here. They're not ejected quite yet. Lierey's just kind of hanging around here with all those monks. That's a decent hit there. However, the Eagles now making their way onto the mangonels. Big hit there from Hera. Beautiful timing. Oh, but Liereyy with that counter. Beautiful timing. Upgrades on the chicken suit men are a lot better for Hera here as well, and this should be a very, very good fight for him. And like I said, Incas do this entire army composition better. Liereyy did a nice job with it for a while, but it's so much of a more difficult composition to take good fights with, and especially when you're looking at players of the caliber of Hera and Liereyy. It's more straightforward for Hera to take a good fight, and he absolutely did. And he ties the series up right there. Anyway, well done there for Hera. Of course, it really did come down to the big fight here at the end, but Hera took the fight, like I said. And talk about HP. Oh yeah, but I mean, it's more of a spectating thing, but yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. But guys, you couldn't select all units like that in AOC, and you know, my casting hasn't been updated since user patch 1.5. Wait a minute, I was talking about the collective HPs there, right as that fight was was talking, where was going on. That was Hera's home map. And that is Inca's over Aztec, so a little bit higher draft priority there for Hera, not by much. Fight better? Oh yeah, it's never been my strength. Alrighty, but we are all tied up. Good performance there from Hera. Alright, hopefully we'll get into the next one relatively soon. Any minute now, I'm sure. Thanks a lot. Well, Vodka's quite good at spectating. Honestly, I think part of the reason that casters are generally not very good at play-by-plays because we are all so used to controlling our own camera. So we have to cast and do some very important spectating stuff when the fights are actually happening, which kind of splits your attention a little bit. That's probably part of it. Whereas I think in other esports, they're more used to working with observers. I'm sure we'll get into the lobby at any given nanosecond. Know what the next map is going to be. Alright, Nomad is going to be next. Liereyy has been picking Nomad a lot recently. Bengalis definitely feel like the most obvious pick for him. And for Hera, Persians or Italians. Alrighty. And no spec delay. 3D, yep. Because the issue is that us old casters tend to be old coots.
You know, back in my day, AoE wasn't like this.
Alrighty, guys, Hera is indeed going to be as the Italians in the blue here to the north of Nomad, and to the west in the yellow, already taken a boar, is going to be Liereyy as the Bengalis. Dock positionings are fairly far apart, though. See, they're like over here and over here. Both players have a Fisky Mother already. Whoa, that was some synchronized balking from the chickens. That was wild. So, obviously, very close rush distance. Liereyy already taken a deer over there. He's got 2 boar very, very nearby to his town center. He's got some gold over here. Stone is kind of exposed, though, unless he wants to go all the way over there. Also has those forage bushes. Meanwhile, for Hera, that's boar number 1 coming in. There is a boar all the way over there, which he has scouted, so he'll probably be able to take that one. So both players likely working with just the 2 boars, considering how close they are to each other. Oh, wait, no, there's one here for Liereyy as well. Or no, that's Hera's. Or sort of. I don't know. Maybe Hera can deny it from Liereyy, depending on what he is able to scout. Right now, he probably does not know at all where his opponent is located. Liereyy, for his part, maybe sees it with a scouting sheep or something. Yeah, it's peninsular. So we'll have to see if Hera can recognize that Lierey's over where he is, and then he might be able to lame that that boar. Oh, look at that chicken helping out. That chicken, guys, is no chicken. Hera is going to be a fishing ship ahead, though, at this point, with 4, and another one actually about to be in, so that's going to be 5-3 fishing ships in favor of Hera. Very, very well done. Of course, Italians using that discount, and as far as civs go, Italians and Bengalis are both great. Do Bengalis have maybe there's a bit of a stronger power play on water and on land? Yeah, probably. But Italians are still very flexible. Like, Bengalis have higher peaks in terms of strength throughout a game than Italians do, but Italians are still very consistent. You still have a smooth early game with the cheaper fishing ships and the cheaper age up. Yeah, your monks aren't as good. Yeah, your unique unit isn't quite as good for a castle drop unique unit situation, although Genoese crossbowmen are efficient versus Ratha. And then, oh yeah, the economy isn't, again, quite as good overall, but you can see the Hera with a very nice start, especially with those quick fishing ships. It's, in my opinion, still a reasonable Civ matchup, but I'm also somebody who thinks highly of Italians as a Civ in general. Especially post-buff. A long way ahead? Well, having the fishing ships much sooner is a big help. Meanwhile, Liereyy does ostensibly look like he's going to be going for the Castle Age. Hera probably doesn't know where his opponent Dock is, although he is building it in the correct direction. It's a little hard to tell if you've seen what on Nomad, because the animals obviously change possession and you don't actually tend to see the building or whatever. But Liereyy, as far as I can tell, is still completely unaware as to where his opponent has docked. And it is 26 pop, so here's the thing, guys. This is a population upside that's too fast to go for a fast castle, but it's too slow to play aggressively on water. Which is the worst of both worlds. It was the much less popular High School Musical song. That was the best of both worlds was High School Musical, right? Oh my god, so there were a lot of girls who watched High School Musical way too much when I was a kid. And were singing it all the time. Oh man, I just triggered myself. Anyway, Hera's going triple docks. I'm a little bit more dubious of the triple dock galley play when the docks are all far apart from each other, because the galleys do need to be grouped up together. And then Matthew, no. I have never seen High School Musical. Because what happens is, if Lierey's going fire ships or even galleys, and you start fighting over here, then suddenly it becomes almost impossible to take a good fight. But what Hera's doing, okay, yeah, this is fine. You're up faster, you go for the 2 galleys to snipe the fishing ships, and then you go fire ships afterward. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Perfectly reasonable play there. Okay, so Liereyy is going to be going past castle. Okay. Naturally, Hera's gonna start sniping the fisky mothers. How successful? How successful what was? The resources are still slightly off from Liereyy. Like I said, it looked to be a little too fast. Clicking up a little too fast for a fast castle. This is awkward, guys. Okay, got the food. There you go. Not the prettiest FC in the world, but could be worse. High School Musical? Oh, yeah. Well, it appeals to tweenage girls a lot. Although Vanessa Hudgens was one of the big crushes of young boys of my generation. Alongside, you know, Selena Gomez, Emma Watson, T Swift. Whereas Viper? At home, I assume. Becoming cool. I mean, yeah, it just appeals a lot to teenage girls, right? Much as comic books appeal to boys. Oh, yeah, Viper's on vacation, I think. Nerd culture, yeah. I mean, Disney culture in general is huge, like... Because I was in band, and the band people hung out with the theater people a lot, all throughout, you know, from 5th grade onwards. So... And those tend to be more girl-dominated than boy-dominated. So it was very much like a thing that like everyone would want to play, you know, Disney musicals or play Disney movies, watch Disney movies, and that whole Disney cinematic universe was just huge with, again, girls back when I was a kid. Which, even though it obviously doesn't appeal to me, obviously it's like not something that is necessarily wrong. Anyway, it's castle time, baby. Lierey's getting there eventually. Now, Hera's on his way up himself, and what he can do, and he should do, is start walling. He really should start walling, guys. Okay, he's gonna send a ton of vills onto stone, but honestly, this doesn't really feel like a very good reaction. Okay, there's a few vills coming in there. Okay, now the stone walls are coming in. Well, Hera, I mean, it would be tough for him to do so, but in theory, yes. Hera does get the kill there. Town Center Tango, yeah. It is time for Hera to face the wrath of Lierey's army. Here's the thing, though, guys. Homie here is gonna fisky mother so freaking hard. Animal Robin Hood? I don't know that one. Oh, no loom even for Hera, jeez. Yeah, I kind of thought Hera would try and wall up over here a bit more. Loom isn't in yet, and Hera's still far away from castle resources. He's not going to have any gold income, guys. I don't know, guys. I really don't think Hera's reacting all that well to this. Naturally, Hera still has a big vill lead thanks to his fishing ships, but... this doesn't really feel very good. To reiterate, Hera has no gold at all. And now he's getting poked away by those Ratha. And let me tell you, it is not nice to be poked by a Ratha. A black Robin Hood. I really don't have a leg to stand on as a white guy, but the let's just make existing IP, but with black people, I find to be incredibly lazy. Transport time would not be a bad idea. Need to sail around the coast and get some gold income somewhere. But Hera's going to be a 0 TC gamer in just a moment. Like I said, I really don't think this reaction has been very good. From the hood, oh no. Guys, Hera's a 0 TC gamer right now. Yeah, Lierey's gonna add those docks to go back on water. Because Hera's one big advantage is his fishing ships at this point. Huh. Oh, converted fishing ship. Got a mangonel out over here as well. And I will say that, like, again, these are the sorts of situations where Hera can sometimes be caught flat-footed. Clearly, he does not feel comfortable in this sort of game, and Liereyy... I mean, it's good pressure that Liereyy did. The fast castle timing was maybe a little bit awkward, but, you know, he still got the castle in. He still got the forward castle as well. But Hera just seemed to be so lost as to how to handle it. We'll see. Well, I think I know who short videos of my tortoise being adorable is. 2 against Bohemian Heavy Scorp BBC? Just go condos and bombard cannons. Alright, second TC here for Liereyy. Okay, well, good conversion there, although the monk will still probably die. It's good marketing. It's very straightforward. Okay, you got the war galleys over there. I mean, the scores are still quite close. Hera's doing a good job making sure he doesn't lose water. It feels like this could have all happened significantly sooner, as Liereyy has a big Vil lead at this point. Did Larry see the new TC? No. But you can probably guess it's going to be somewhere over there with the movement of the Genoese crossbowmen. I mean, Hera's been on 0 TCs for a long time as far as AoE 2 goes. Clips a couple units there. I mean, this is, of course, going to be some top-tier micro from a top-tier player. I mean, the Ratha are still probably going to clean everything up. He said with very little confidence. And crossbow, yes, Genoese crossbowmen have 6 base attack like an Arbalest. Although they have shorter range. There's +1 defense coming in now for Hera. Lierey's going straight down Warg Alley, but Hera... Okay, here's the thing. Hera's going to be falling further behind in resources here. Furthermore, Liereyy is still going to be likely getting ahead in villagers himself. Decent hit there. And yet, Hera still has a slight score lead, and the game doesn't feel over. I mean, Hera's unit control has been as good as it's needed to be. Oh, and that's a good fight for Hera. He loses none of these Genbos, and if he can just get a monk out and just start healing those guys up, that would be huge. Actually, the chickens! Oh, the chicken command cometh. Oh, Gustavo Fring. The chicken man. Okay, so Hera's gonna trade the Genbos for some villager kills. I can see the rationale behind it. Personally, I'd just try and keep my Genoese crossbowmen alive, but I think Hera realizes that he's in a bad spot economically, so he kind of needs to make something happen. But Lierey's really running low on land army. Because chickens are indestructible. Liereyy really fighting hard to get back on water. We are looking at 6 fire ships to 5 with the 1 galley. Lierey's coming into the 3rd town center, though. And still with a 7 villager advantage. Hera actually losing a lot of his fishing ships. Oh, we got a demo. Nice job from Hera to keep that guy alive. Oh, and that's going to be a nice swing around here from Hera as well. So it's been a bit of an S-word game from Hera. And yet, he's still fighting to keep himself in it. That denial is very, very good for Hera. 1,200 resources behind isn't great, though. So that castle's taking a fair amount of damage over time. Okay, demo coming in here. Liereyy not paying attention in time, although there just aren't enough fire ships as a follow-up, to be fair. Oh, that's a double conversion. How did that mangonel deal no damage? I will never know. Go, imp. I think that the reason to not go imp is that Hera has a big fishing eco, so if Hera just rebuilds his starting TC faster, which obviously he didn't do, but he honestly could have if he played it a bit cleaner, then you're still very far behind in ecos Liereyy, so, you know, you're up against Italians, you go to imp, Hera then also goes to imp, maybe like a minute slower, but with a way better economy, he's got lots of space to run to. I like what Liereyy did, trying to go back on water. Like, it's certainly a decision you could make, but isn't, I think, inherently wrong to try and go for, you know, the fast imp behind it, but I still feel like Hera has more of a shot if he does it. I didn't go down because it wasn't ripe. Lol. Hera just getting his own, well, essentially 3rd TC at this point. Getting the collar of horses. More fire ships here for Hera, but neither player with much of a fishing eco, which is going to benefit Liereyy, who obviously has the better eco on land. Also, this, it feels, should be backwards at this point. Liereyy shouldn't throw this one. Liereyy definitely has a sizable lead. Just whatever the score tells you, Liereyy actually does have a lead in this game. We'll find the castle's rubble. What? Oh, come on, Aaron. No, that's a little much. Come on. Light cab coming in now for Hera as well. Of course, good versus both of the monks and the mangonels. The issue is, of course, your food income isn't all that great as Hera, who is coming in with the university himself, and he can even drop castle number 2 in just a moment. Yeah, repairs are coming in as is necessary, however. Oh, yeah, Hera. I mean, again, I know you're Hera. And Hera can make a lot of nonsensical things work, but 4 mangonels there? I mean, come on. That's a huge hit there for Liereyy, who continues his march forward. The spearmen are going to help out a lot versus those light cav. We're going to have Sanctity in a moment, of course, really helping out those Bengali monks. And Liereyy with a significantly better army here, but it's all going to come down to the engagement. Pikeman's going to be a huge upgrade for Liereyy as well. Good attack run on those mangonels. Oh, light cav charging in. See, posting up is Liereyy in a really nice position. If he can get the hill, all the better. Although it seems like on the hill would be in range of the TC, so that's at least a little unfortunate for him. Oh, cute move here for Hera. Gets the villager that would be the repair villager. Res are not looking too bad for Liereyy as far as Imperial Age either. He's still 15 bills ahead. He's ahead by 2,000 resources as well. Anyway, Mangoing will continue until morale improves, and Hera's going to struggle to take a good fight here as Liereyy just clicks up to Imperial Age. There we go. Well, Liereyy doesn't want to be sitting in range of the town center, so you can kind of forgive him that. Ballistics coming in here for Hera, but it's going to be tough to fight this off. Oh, boy. I don't know. Jeez. Okay. Never mind. It's Hera. That's such nonsense, man! How do those units deal no damage? Oh my goodness. Alright. Hera's still in an overall bad way. Yeah, Liereyy did pull the pikeman. His positioning was not very good, but the Mangonels still should have done more damage than they did. Oh man. Castle coming in here now for Hera as well. Almost can click up. Just needs a little more food. There you go. Click up to him. Click up. There we go. I wouldn't call Liereyy bad. I would consider Hera very, very, very good. I mean, Liereyy is still more than likely going to win this game with his significantly faster Imperial Age time. Although that fight is, you know, Hera one step away, or one step closer to getting back into this game. Racer coming in. Trebuchet immediately on the Trebuchet. Hera got some light cav here to the south. You could say this part of the eco is a little bit exposed. Also with some more upgrades coming in. Even... oh, herbal medicine, dude! Is healing up the crossbowman there. Well, Lycav rating has begun, but Lierey's been 15 to 20 villagers ahead for a very long time. Oh boy. Fodler with the 69 months. S to the M to the H. Thank you, Fodler. Oh boy.
Hi.
Still Hera getting some value here, but the trebbing is happening. Liereyy was repairing a lot of those damages from the castle. He's got chemistry in. He's going to have ballistics on its way. He does have bracer in as well. The archers go. There's some archers over there. Where are the rest of the archers? Oh, and Lierey's going to make the OP unit transition. Oh, here they are. Found him. Like, yeah, Genbo plus light cav into Hussar is a good army composition here for Hera, but I feel like he's just way too far behind in eco at this point. And he's going to be behind in the Treb War. He lost the first castle. He's going to be on his way to losing another one. What are these units attacking? I have no idea. I can't even click on it easily. Oh, it's a house! No idea that was there. completely obscured by the castle. Alright, Hera gonna take the best fight he can. Germ's still missing most of their upgrades. But the Lycav all die. And the trebbing will continue until morale improves. Okay, Hera gonna try and go for some repairs. The Lycav numbers have been thoroughly reduced, and Hera's kind of struggling to get the food income he needs to really get the unit spam down that he wants. Alright, now we have Arm coming in. Of course, no thumb ring, though, for the Bengalis. And here's the castle. We're at 3 trebuchets, and again, Hera's gonna find it almost impossible to keep the castle alive. Actually, he will find it impossible to keep the castle alive. Getting fried, oh no. Tragedy. Alright, Arbs are here. Getting some of the rest of their upgrades. Go Ellie Archer? You can. It certainly wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But that's a transition you need to make, and I'm kind of in favor of Liereyy just getting to 200 population and steamrolling Hera, but he's going to win even before that, as Liereyy takes the lead in this series 2-1. He played a better game than Hera, that's for sure. Did not react very well to the castle drop. He didn't get his villagers out, he didn't rebuild his TC fast enough. And yeah, honestly, just again, a better game from Liereyy all around. Still, we got plenty of runway left in this set. Was Lierey's home map, which he won. Galli's over Italian, so I mean, number 3 pick versus number 2 pick. That's a big investment on both sides. Yeah, usually Hera is indeed much faster, or much better at reacting to pressure. No, guys, I'll be right back. What's up? Right, they're still on Nomad. Liereyy has 3 Arabia civs. Yeah, mine's Magyars Hindustanis are all tournament caliber Arabia picks. Hera's looked around 80%. Yeah. Guys, guess what map we're going to? You guys won't believe what map we're going to be going to. Wow, why do you look so sad about that, Johnny Bravo? It's the best map ever. That's why it's played in like every tournament. Alrighty, guys. Here we are. Game number 4. Honestly, looking like the better player. Overall. We'll have Liereyy in the green as the Wu to the west, and Hera in the blue as the Persians to the east. Now remember, guys, Persians are Hera's #1 pick, whereas Wu are the #4 pick for Liereyy. So Wu kind of dropping down in the draft priority, which is surprising to me because I feel like Wu are still probably the best hybrid civ, or at least just as good as Persians. So on the one hand, it's either Persians may be overdrafted or Wu are underdrafted. The next map starts, yeah. Still, let's see what can be accomplished here by Hera. At the very least, Persians are a melee-heavy civ, so the Jian swordsmen are not going to be quite as good. YouTube chat? Yeah, YouTube chat's pretty dead. But YouTube is, I think, a lot of people who watch on TV. So, obviously not going to be chatting. Or people who, or the people who would chat might just chat in Twitch. So, that's very true. Because I don't think there's a way to watch Twitch on TV, unless you have, like, a smart TV.
Sorry?
I know, finally had to fix the melee path thing in this until we... How's that? Woo? What? We were one of, if not the best hybrid civs. Like I said, to me it feels like Persians were either slightly overdrafted or we were underdrafted. And my guess would be... that Wu were underdrafted. Or like Wu fell too far. But I think we were just as good as Persians. That said, Persians still have the Dark Age advantage over most civs. Although you do get that 65 wood, which is, or 65 food from the Wu, which is very helpful. But early Castle Age is super important, which we were very good at with the Jian Swordsman. Or you could just go for the Heguan Cav. But having that middle control with the 5 relics is very important. Sounds like, oh yeah, that sounds real fun. Them to melee fighters. Make the Huskarl, make it 2.1. Huskarls are 1.05. So, still the early eco advantage for Persians. It is what they are best at. And I don't think we were necessarily better than Persians. I just think they are equally good. Persians have the 5% faster in Dark Age still. but they also have the starting food and wood, so they have 2 Dark Age bonuses, which is more than most civs. Yeah, the Golden Kilt is gone. That was very overpowered. Still, Loom coming in at the same time, so if Liereyy has done this properly, he will be able to click up without any idle time. But he has not done this properly because Liereyy, as we all know, is big noob. 9 seconds idle time, not the end of the world, and they did dock separate pawns, so chances are it's going to be more of a land-focused game anyway. For free, which was pretty crazy. Yep. And it stacked up on top of too many bonuses. Also, Savars were able to 2-shot Arbalest, which was also way too good. So they needed to knock down a couple of the anti-archer damage there. Or one of the anti-archer damage, even. Anyway, Liereyy is going to be opening Men-at-Arms, which is just what you do with the woo. Ooh, Hera, I think, sees exactly what's going on there with the No! Tragedy! Okay, Hera does see it. Oh, Liereyy, if he didn't replace the dock, Hera wouldn't have seen it. Oh, man. Like this, I think Persians are in a mostly good spot. If anything, I would tune down their HP bonus, so it's not... like, I would scale their HP bonus, so it's not times 2 HP right away. Just make it, 25, 50, 75, 100% more HP per age. And I think Persians are probably fine. Even war elephants, I think, are underrated. You could also argue that trash bows could be deserving a buff, but it's a very tricky unit to balance. And if, like, you wanted to nerf or make Savars slightly more expensive, so it's more in line with Paladin, buff the trash bows a little bit, and then stagger the HP bonus, like, those are some very minor things you could do, but Persians are still mostly there as a civ. Anyway, Hera opening defensive archers because it's Hera, and that's what he likes to do. Hera's never really been a drush or a men-at-arm rush kind of guy. Anyway, that scout's getting a little low on the HP. Hera himself is coming forward, and Liereyy has his double docks in. So Liereyy getting ready to apply a lot of pressure here. Food instead of gold be a buff? Oh, instead of only costing wood? I kind of like them only costing wood, though, because it gives you the food-only unit, aka a Hussar, and then a wood-only unit, the trash bow, which would combo together really, really nicely. Anyway, already a dead villager here on each side. Oh, Hera wasn't repairing! Wow, a rare lapse in Hera's attention span, or attentiveness, I guess. That's kind of underwhelming, honestly. Oh ho! They call him Stonewall Liereyy. But still, 2 docks is better than 1. And Hera doing the same exact thing on the other side.
什么？准备就绪。
准备就绪. Lisan Liereyy. Nah, Hera showed us the way in game number 1, and it was very unimpressive.
何种命令？
Fourth archer's out. There are no vills underneath the TC, so the archers themselves would have to be the ones to garrison. Oh, that's pretty funny. Anyway, Lierey's fishing ships are under attack. Hera's losing all of his own fishing ships, though. Well, there's not really a whole lot Liereyy can do himself, so both players are going to end up losing a lot of their own eco. Hera's still ahead in resources, however.
什么？何种命令？
Lisan Liereyy, yeah, that's a pretty good one. Just like the proposed, or purported savior of the Chicago Bears franchise, his name is Caleb Williams, and his online name is Lisan Al-Khalib. Nope. Well, I mean, he's got a barracks, but yeah, that's it. He's full stone walled. He's just going to want to go Castle Age for those Gen Swordsmen, most likely. So far, both players taking down most of the opposing fishing ships, but Liereyy, having one water faster, is able to add in the fishing ships a little bit sooner. Hera, though, still ahead in resources, and he's now even slightly ahead in the KD. Hera is not full walled, though. This is obviously still open. So got to be careful of the forage bushes. You don't want to over-forage. Oh, Liereyy not able to take his bushes at all, though. Oh, that's a little sad. Still, his res are going to be looking much closer to Castle Age, although he has a lot of bills on gold, so he's going to need to get a market sooner rather than later. But also, the wood income is a little bit tight right now, so it's not ideal, but he's probably fine. That said, you still need to defend yourself. There's the market. Caliph of Luzon. Oh, is there some guy named Caliph that plays on a soccer football team in Lausanne? Why would Berserks be shock infantry? Shock infantry is basically just another term for light infantry. It's pretty inconsistent, though, because you wouldn't really associate the Fire Lancers with being a light infantry. Aw, feels bad, man. .3DS was a good console, though, or handheld. Well, Liereyy is on his way up to Castle Age, and considering that he has no other military buildings, we have to imagine it will be for the Gen Swordsman, especially since Hera himself is the one making archers. But Hera, it's not like as the Persians you need to stick to ranged units in mid-game. Although, Fodler, because I see that you also have it on Steam, I've been playing Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga on my computer as I've been rewatching Star Wars recently, and some good old nostalgia there. Still should be a bit better for Liereyy, although it's a lot of very damaged fishing ships. Hera's eco still looking better. But yes, Liereyy will have the timing advantage. Look at this, he's going to be going right to the middle. Hera will see it, though. Hera clicks up. Oh, nice one, nice one. And another nice one, the counter nice one. They're still queuing up more fire galleys. The OG one? The 2009 game. Because I had both of I had the first two games, right? The one from the prequels and the one from the sequels, and I figured that the complete saga would just be the two of them together in the same game, and that's what it looks like. But not the one with the Disney stuff in it. We don't mess with the Disney stuff around here. Oh, nice kill there. Anyway, Liereyy got the monastery here. Gonna start picking up these 5 relics that are in the middle. And then, of course, you have the TC coming in, too. Yeah, the food income is definitely not the best here for Liereyy.
Oui?
Oh, nice kill there. I don't know, guys. Oh, the Vil, I think, is going to survive. Okay, Hera's in Castle Age 2. No, the Vil survives. Okay, we got more coming in, though, as well. Hera adds a TC at the back. Yeah, 1 rack is very insufficient feeling. Oh, that's just stable number 1, and I guess stable number 2 right afterwards here for Hera. Liereyy still does have the 5 fishing ships. Nobody's going to be sailing down Warg Alley. I mean, it is very explicitly an anti-archer unit, so that would make sense. But yeah, Liereyy going to be getting to 5 relics. It's going to help him a lot catch back up in the economy, especially against Persians, who are a top-tier economy civ.
准备就绪，
Oh, got 2 Gen Swordsmen there, but we got the Knight coming out.
什么？何种命令？什么？
You can see Archers. Yep. And a fairly expensive Castle Age unit, too. 90 resources for an infantry is the Gen Swordsman. It's just that gold is abundant in mid-game.
准备就绪。
Hera's Persians, yes.
准备就绪。何种命令？什么？
Fires? Why not? Pick up the relics, all 5 of which are now in Lierey's control. That basically makes up the entire build difference. You got Sanctity coming in, Arson as well. Remember, guys, that the monks for the Wu are very good. You only miss block printing and heresy.
喂，
I mean, missing block printing obviously is pretty bad in late game. But in mid game, your monks are great. Wood, gold, and stone. Yeah, there's nothing else in AoE that costs 3 resources.
何种命令？
Still, 5 relic income is sick. That said, Hera still has the Vil advantage. He himself is on the 2 TCs, but at the moment, he's really going to struggle to push the middle. Each player has 1 pawn, but Liereyy has the middle, and the relics that are associated with that, as well as the forge push income, which means you don't need to spend wood on that. So I still prefer Lierey's position in this game. Scores are very close, though. Also, Lycav aren't going to be all that great versus the Gen Swordsman. Wood, gold, and stone? Yeah, probably. All right, Redemption coming in as well. Not likely going to be a bad move against the cavalry of Persians. That said, the Lycav feel like they're probably not a good enough unit here. Hera has 42 Vils? Wait, how does he have that many on food? This man! Look how many farms he has! He got 41 farms! Liereyy has 13! Alright, Pikeman coming in as well here for Liereyy. Gold, floating gold. Well, gold isn't really a mineral that floats. I'm pretty sure gold sinks. So I don't think that can be right, Rob C. Well, having that many farms is certainly not bad when it comes to spamming Cav, which is what Hera does the best. It's bad? Ah, yes, of course. Gold floats in Mercury. Is there, like, a large quantity of natural mercury anywhere? Does mercury naturally occur in large quantities anywhere? On Earth, specifically? Also, I read once that the planet Mercury is not home to a lot of element Mercury, which I find very disappointing. All right, another stable's on its way. That one looking like it's about to be converted, though. Hera's probably going to want to delete that. You don't want your opponent to just have a stable in your base. But what do I know, man? Oh, boy, guys. Here we go. Hera says it is fighting time. Monks are getting surrounded here. I don't think Hera has devotion, though. But yeah, I mean, that is not a good fight for Hera, guys. And Liereyy continuing the push. He's got the Mangonel. He's got all these infantry units. You see, I told you it was silly to leave a converted stable in your base. Means living silver. Oh, that's interesting. Makes sense. I don't know, guys. I feel like this is really bad for Hera. Very nicely ahead in res destroyed. Salom. It's supposed to... I thought Quicksilver was Mercury. Okay, well, Hera's surviving, but you got chainmail armor about to be in, and Lierey's still with that nice mix of infantry units. Again, this series really has felt like Hera playing at sort of 85%. It's still mostly good enough, but Liereyy is close enough to Hera in skill level that if Hera isn't playing as sharp as he needs to, then it's not looking like Hera will probably be all that successful. Trivial to obtain? Ah, okay. I mean, it had to be at least relatively easy to obtain because they put it in thermometers back in ye old days. Still, the Persian TCs are helping Hera stay alive, at least for now. And he does even have a score lead. But it's just Lierey's army is so cheap and efficient. Hera's got his own monks down. I mean, Hera's production is quite good. He's still slightly ahead in villagers and way ahead in resources. This, I do not think, is destined for success, though, as Lierey's just full stonewalled. He does not want to have to deal with the extra mobility of Hera's army. 3,000 years ago. Interesting that humanity had the chemistry knowledge to craft it. Mercury Black Mirrors, that sounds like something that would happen. Alright, Iron Casting about to be in here for Liereyy as well, though. Liereyy? I don't know about that one, guys. Liereyy is going to leave himself open. A little bit of a lapse in the multitasking, which is, again, not something you want here as either player. Qian Swordsmen are here. You don't even have Bodkin for the PT dubs. Oh, the Persian Haegwang Cav. Hera's still not doing anything over here. Oh, Light Cav are going to go right after the monks and the Mangonel, because anything Hera can do to buy time is going to be a big one, but he forgot to snipe the Mangonel. Okay, there he goes. Knight's still not doing anything too helpful, though. Hera does need to remember that they exist. And Hera's starting to hold here. Remember, Hera's on 3 TCs. He still has a little bit of gold left. Okay, here we are. This could be a big, big problem here for our green player, Liereyy. He's just now grabbing Wheelbarrow. And Hera's still with the very impressive eco management. Liereyy does not even have fletching, by the way, much less ballistics. So those knights are still going to be doing some good work. And it seems like Hera might just have been able to hold on. And he did throw acid on it. Oh, okay. Well, like here in Japan, there was an entire island of Cinnabar. So they must have had loads of mercury there. Yeah, obviously Liereyy with a very bad KD. Although in Res Destroyed, yeah, Hera still actually has a lead. I mean, the Qian Swordsmen are not cheap. Alright. Got a bunch of units fighting here. Hera gonna castle off the middle. He knows he needs to secure some map controls soon. And I think the fighting is just good enough here for Hera. I mean, again, Lierey's playing this well, and Lierey's even gonna try and block the castle with that house foundation, but it's probably a little too much. Got discount? Yep. Oh, man. Oh, that could have been huge for Liereyy, but alas, it is not. Again, a good game from Liereyy, but just a little too good of a defense from Hera. That macro, that eco efficiency, even when under a lot of pressure, is just so instrumental for Hera's success. Anyway, castle's in here for Liereyy. Obviously, he's having a rough go of things at this stage of the game. Yeah, I think that it would have been a bit better if instead of focusing on so many GN swordsmen, he just made like a second siege workshop and went full pike siege. You only need to keep making the GN swordsman as if Hera's making archers. Which he could have in that situation, but that's obviously just how you need to understand the game flow. Anyway, Hera ties up the series at 2-2. Important win for him. You don't want to be going down 1-3 even as Hera. Yep, too many gens. Much less popular sequel to Too Many Cooks. Alright, that is the Wu losing to the Persians. So, Hera getting his own win with the first pick Civ. And we'll have to see what's next. Got Arabia, Land Madness, and the most specific of all islands. And we're not in the lobby yet. Give Hera his hard-earned point. Right, Hera is in the lobby. VODs for such things, indeed. Often incorrect scoreboard. I mean, I could do this. Liereyy won it, so I think I could do that. If that would be better, because Liereyy is on the red side of my scoreboard. Would that be more helpful? Alright, still in the lobby. Worn out? If things are going well with the stream, no. I still like what I do too much. If I'm doing a lot of casting and the stream is clearly not going anywhere, then it's tough, for sure. Retwandant? What? So it's all downhill now? Yeah, it's all over, guys. They're still on Kawasan, so I have Retundant. Yeah, don't know what they're going to pick next. It's obviously one of the 3 remaining maps. Yeah, I get it, Cassis. I get it. Alex, I mean, I get not wanting to let Hera freely boom. Kawasan but dry. Isn't that just Arabia? Except there's like some craters and then a hill in the middle with forage bushes and relics. They might cook up something for what? Play without pre-DE quality of life features? Yeah, I think so. Goes investors? Yeah, I think so. I think that the overall skill level would be very, very similar to today. The game itself would look quite different, as the actual macro would be way harder to function. But I think the players that are good now would just be able to adapt to it. On ladder to fight. They just queue up at the same time. I mean, it's literally the ladder version of Arabia. And they're taking their time between games. Took a 5-minute break. Ah. Did they say that on the Discord? They did. But they did 5 minutes ago. Man, that would have been a great time to go get some lunch, but, you know, I'm not the brightest. What? For resource? Yep. Okay, now we're deciding to be a good boy. Show the corgi? Sure. Oops. There go my earbuds. There's a floof butt. Goes Vietnamese? I think it's reasonable enough either way. Mr. Dog. Till they shed. Well, shedding is a core part of the corgi experience. Oh, now I'm getting kisses on my ankles. Same in Age of Kings. You could have multiple buildings selected for the purposes of having the same gather point, but that was it. Or maybe it was like Brood War. Maybe that was only added later. Heaven for Doubt. It actually would still be good for Hera because Hera would be better able to get all of everything working a bit more efficiently than Doubt would. The army. I hear that tower is military, man. It would be a lot fewer hussars, that's for sure. All right, looks like Arabia is going to be the map. Well, my stream is very unique among AoE streams where people regularly talk politics and I tolerate it. We're not doing that, yeah. The game is over. No idea why there was a disconnect. Or an out of sync. Why am I getting out of synced? Are other people getting out of synced? Is T-West getting out of synced?
Get over that.
T-West isn't getting out of synced. What did I do? But yes, I remember the single queue versus multi-queue debate. Alright, let's try launching AoE again. Yes. Does it have the camera hotkey? Yeah, that's true. They had that in StarCraft, though, didn't they? Let's try this again. There we go. I love restarting DE and things magically working. Alright, so sorry about the slight delay there, but we are here in game number 5. It is all tied up at 2-2. We'll have Liereyy in the green as the Mayans to the west, and Hera in the blue as the Vietnamese here to the east. I would say 2 solid A-tier Arabia civs. Vietnamese are a bit more flexible than Mayans. I mean, they're definitely more flexible than Mayans. But Mayans do have a bit of a better early game, and they're more streamlined into the things they do well. Build nearby. Yeah, that's true. I mean, in StarCraft, you didn't build stuff all over the map. You just had your base and you built stuff in it. Mayans in S tier, but last in S? I mean, that's reasonable. It's not that there's any one correct tier list. They're still very streamlined for what they do. Wait a minute, what the heck? Yeah, Liereyy, 20 seconds idle TC? Okay, that's weird. Fire I don't know why you'd go Fire Lancers and not against not cavalry. I mean, wouldn't you just go champions? When the melee pathing is fixed? I don't think the melee pathing will ever be fixed. I think we just have to live with it. Yeah, Vietnamese have champs. 20 seconds? Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, Liereyy of all people, you would expect to have a very, very clean early game. Bloop. And as far as the maps go, it's pretty normal. A little bit more open than usual for Hera. Liereyy, his resources are exposed a bit more, but it's also easier for him to wall, so a little bit of a pro and con. HP, yeah, but champions deal an enormous amount of bonus damage to the Igelos. Eric's on its way. And looks like Liereyy will simply be going for a fast archer build. 30 seconds almost idle TC time, though. That is uncharacteristically S-word for Liereyy. And, oh, Hera, I guess, could wall himself into the corner. I mean, it's still a lot of work you need to put in, though. Guys, he is going to make like a rodent and go for it. Oh, I'm on Kaio's POV. I was like, what the heck is going on? Well, nothing being made so far from Liereyy. It is just going to be for the fast archers. Perfectly reasonable opening. Absolve me of having to do a donation. No! Tragedy. Vietnamese look scary versus Mayans? I don't know. I think it's just a reasonable Civ matchup. Is there something I'm missing that would tilt it super heavily one way or the other? I mean, they're both good Civs. Hera really looking to wall himself into the corner there. Liereyy, upon seeing the... This is a little much from Hera. Unless Hera just does his stupid, you know, Alcatrazing that should never happen. Like that. In no world did that happen. That should be a dead villager. Yeah, no idea what happened with Liereyy at the start of the game, but he had 20 seconds idle time. Mayans versus Goths on Z-Wall. Do we favor one or the other there? I don't know. I feel like Goths would have a hard time getting to their infantry spam on Z-Wall. Whereas Mayans can still play a low eco style and pressure them. If anything, it's like Mayans versus Goths on Fortress. That's the rough one for Goths. Or Mayans, the other one. Anyway, Liereyy getting himself walled up here as well. And so far, only the Eagle Warrior has died. Goths aren't winning on Z-Wall? Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but I mean... I'm hesitant to ever say that Goths are ever in an unwinnable position against Mayans. And thus far, Hera just playing defensive with skirmishers. He got his eco upgrades. He's just hanging around. Franks feel helpless? That's definitely not a good matchup for Franks. I mean, Teutons are a Civ that are designed to be very good on closed maps like that, or walled maps, whereas Franks are more of an open map Civ. Franks were a bit better when they had the castle discount, so you could play a bit more aggressively, but especially these days, throwing Axemen aren't as good as they used to be. Liereyy will go heavy into Eagle spam. Eagle spam isn't really going to be all that good until late game. Hindustani versus Aztecs? Yeah, that's probably not that very good for Aztecs. Melee armor, that's true. But Teutons are still one of the power crept Civs, it's just Franks are even harder power crept. Unless you're Mongols, Japanese, or Chinese, you're probably a power crept Civ from AOC. Random Spearman goes down there. And again, neither player is willing to commit that much to aggression. Lierey's literally just sitting at home. He walled up and is now making archers. Which again, I find it so odd that you have to click up the Feudal Age extremely fast. Otherwise, you just die. And yet players never even want to commit anything to Feudal Age and just sit around. Anyway, Hera, by the look of things, will be getting a faster Castle Age time. Could go into Cav Archers. Hera already going to be at 85 pop space. That's quite a lot already. A creeper? Yeah, I guess mines are still fairly competitive. Spanish? I feel like there are situations where, like, are you going to play Bengalis or Spanish? I feel like you pick Bengalis in almost every situation. Mr. Dog. Oh, that's a big corgi stretch after some woofing. Well, Castle Age is on the way. For both players, Hera going to be there faster. Did not need to sell any resources at the market. He just made some skirmishers. All about Hera's ability to farm. The farming master. Well, that is a full archery range here for Liereyy. But he's behind by 200 resources. And you'd think that Mayans would be ahead slightly, but to be fair, Vietnamese do have a very good eco, and it's also a Hera eco.
Shot it.
Yeah, 1 minute ILTC is also not ideal. I mean, there's a difference between having 1 minute of vital TC time in a game that's like all full-blown tower rush, trash wars, counterattacks constantly, and 1 minute idle TC time in a game where almost nothing has happened. Is Hera on auto scout, guys? Oh, why do I smell an auto scout? Liereyy choking? I wouldn't really say he's choking. Nothing's really happened in this game. Alright, Bod Crow Saw, or the E-Skirm Saw thingy. Yeah, Skirm upgrade's coming in now. Liereyy looking to go for a counterattack. Yes, we do have a Fire Lancer on the way, or two. Kinda curious. All about that score intimidation factor. So, Fire Lancer is on its way. It does have 78 HP, which is certainly quite a lot for an infantry unit at this stage of the game. We know a Bob Crosaw here for Liereyy, and the Defensive Siege Workshop as well, so clearly he sees the skirmishers and wants to do something about it. GG. That certainly is a reasonable dynamic, although I don't think that's necessarily the case. Gold mining upgrading coming in now for Liereyy. Little bit of repair necessary. Vil might die. Oh, dodging the shot there. Anyway, Mangonel, it's out. It's doing the Mangonel thing. Lierey's still only on the 1 range for now, and he is just walking in. Interesting. I mean, Hera, honestly, not that well prepared for it. Liereyy just walked around to the side of the map, just their basic flank. And yet Hera was not prepared for it at all. Look at this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You can't just walk around the side of the map. Well, that just happened. I mean, these skirms aren't doing anything. I mean, this is just bad positioning from Hera, to be honest. Liereyy adds in his own second TC, as Hera does admittedly add in his third. That was a surprisingly unimpressive bit of, again, multitasking, paying attention from Hera. He just lost track of his opponent's army, and Liereyy walked around and just killed a bunch of Vils. 11 dead villagers. That is more than likely game deciding. Liereyy does still have these defensive mangonels. Clip several units there. Yeah, it's like you spend all this time talking about the civ dynamics, and something tells me that if the civs were reversed, that would look exactly the same. That has nothing to do with the Sims. That's just called walking around with archers and your opponent not being prepared for it. So, Hera needs to find a way to get something done. Now, the villager numbers are still quite close, but Lierey's going to be ahead in resources at this stage, and he also has Wheelbarrow. It's going to be tough for Hera to keep the TCs running at this point. 2 TCM? Yeah, maybe. If he was going to add a third TC, he probably would have done so by now. But he never even added a second archery range. Probably thinking, okay, I got a lot of damage onto Hera, so that's push number 1, and then we're going to follow it up with the fast imp timing, and then just go ahead and kill him. And he is mining the stone needed for a castle, so he wouldn't just be relying on the archers themselves, which I always think is very important, because if you go for the fast imp and don't have the castle of your own, your opponent just builds a defensive castle, and suddenly it's very difficult to do anything, especially with Vietnamese skirmishers or Rattan archers. Eat mangoes? Well, the Fire Lancers can't use their gunpowder attack against the mangonels, so they're really not that great. It's basically the same as a long swordsman. But yeah, Liereyy getting pretty close to clicking up. Obviously saved a ton of resources on his archers, normal Mayan things. Hera's eco balance leaving much to be desired. He is mining stone himself, but at this rate, he's just going to get clobbered by Liereyy. Lierey's archer numbers are still quite low, however. Liereyy does not also have a second building. He needs a monastery or a university. Oh, well, here's the university. That feels a little optimistic, Hera. That said, Hera has reclaimed the villager lead as he is on an extra town center, despite losing 11. And he'll get Wheelbarrow nice and quickly. I mean, you could justify going onagers against Vietnamese. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Yeah, they're clicking on up. This is like classic Mayan stuff. Good early castle age. You sit back and defend as needed, and then try and leverage a good timing. Usually good? I don't think it's usually good or bad. It is just one way you can approach the game, and it is certainly a style of play that Mayans do well, and one that Liereyy was well set up to do based off of his Civ, the early castle age damage, and his map position. Best 1 TC? Not necessarily. It's just going to be a matter of Imp is going to be a little bit later, but you have a stronger eco. And as Hera's still stuck in Castle Age, it probably doesn't matter all that much. Anyway, Lierey's going to have a forward castle here. He can pressure from this angle if he really wants to. Pressure from that angle if he wanted to, but clearly this is going to be the choice here of Liereyy. Yeah. That's it. Hera's not too far off himself. And he has gotten the Vill lead at this point, despite losing 11 villagers. But it is certainly not unreasonable to say that Hera will probably die here. As Hera's going to be over 2 minutes slower to the Imperial Age. He has no idea what the heck Liereyy is doing. Again, the map control is quite poor. Despite him having such great vision, it's just not good map control. No, Hera did not get Town Watch. Oh, jeez. Uh-oh. Wait, why did he delete those? No idea. Anyway, hello. Is Hera gonna tap out? Because that sure as heck ain't happening. This army is, like, terribly positioned. Market walling. No, it sure is the MTC. This has been like a shockingly weak game from Hera. I mean, the first Trev's already out. Huh. Oh, it's a very lovely castle. Both castles look great. Gonna get denied? I mean, it's probably not gonna get denied, but I don't think Liereyy needs to deny it to win this game. Yeah, but Liereyy has no idea that it is the MTC. So the more obvious priority is gonna be the castle. That said, Hera is about to hit Imp. You do have Imp Skirms as Vietnamese. Hera's still collecting relics, which is of course pretty cute. Happy Imperial Age here to Hera. Imp Skirm Bracer on its way. Remember, free conscription, really, really nice bonus for the Vietnamese. So Hera isn't dead yet. Liereyy only has 13 archers, remember. It's not a very big number. Liereyy has never been on more than one archery range until right now. Oh my goodness. Remember, though, that Imp Skirms actually do 2 damage to a Mangonel, because you have 8 attack with all the upgrades, except you don't have all the upgrades in yet, of course, because you don't have chemistry yet. At this point, 7 pierce armor, 10 attack, so you still take 3 damage in arrow. Liereyy is dead. I mean, Hera's trying, man. Oh, good hit there from Liereyy. Again, still only the 1 damage a hit to the Mangonel for another 14 seconds. No Vilder with which to repair. Oh, good micro, honestly, from both players, but Hera has lost his castle. Hera's still on 3 TCs, though. He built one over there to the west, and that is going to be a dead Mango, and Hera's starting to hang in there. Liereyy, it could easily be argued, was way too late in adding in the second archery ranges, or second and third archery range, but now Onager on its way as well, but Liereyy, he could just be running out of steam here. The scores are flipping back and forth, and remember, Hera's score is heavily inflated by the scouting. Gonna come back home with another relic, though. Oh boy. Not what you would expect. Hera gonna try and go over to stone there to the west, as this stone is currently being denied. First bombard cannon on its way. Yeah, free conscription was a big, big help there for Hera. Does have a lot of bills on gold. Getting ring archer armor would certainly be a big help. Make those arbs deal 1 damage to you. You got squires coming in, and to be fair, there isn't a whole heck of a lot here that stops these onagers. You need to entirely rely on getting good bombard cannon hits. Yeah, the squires I find pretty interesting. I mean, it wouldn't make sense for anything other than Fire Lancers at this point. Hera's still ahead by 20 villagers. They just killed 20 vills and is still behind by 20 vills. So, obviously the Bombard Cannon is needed to deal with the Onager. Well, Liereyy doesn't really have a great eco, remember? I mean, I know he's Mayans, but he still would rather be on 100 vills if you're looking to make an eagle switch. Good hit there. You need to get a little bit of extra damage if the Onager is uphill. But no siege engineers for Mayans, of course. Ballistics coming in now for Hera. Oh, I mean, obviously fantastic micro. Bombard Cannon was sniped, however. Decent hit there for Liereyy. Game sure as heck it ain't over. Liereyy with a significant score lead. Hera still doesn't have that last defense upgrade. Lierey's starting to get his own infantry upgrades. Obviously, you want the Eagles to deal with the Imp Skirms. And yet, the archer numbers are still very unimpressive. Liereyy at least has a castle over there. Hera is mining some stone. And more barracks coming in here from Hera. And remember that Fire Lancers are actually, they don't hard counter them in the same way that swordsmen counter the Eagles, but they are still good against them. Anyway, great fighting there from Hera. Scores are getting closer. Those 2 trebuchets are not doing a whole heck of a lot, and the population is 40 more for our blue player. And Hera's eco is actually looking pretty solid. 5,000 res ahead. Again, the macro from Hera is just absolutely where it needs to be. He said as Hera is housed, but you know. generally speaking, the macro from Hera has been what's needed, and there's the Elite Fire Lancer upgrade. Hera also has Handcart, which is nice. Castle there over on the side is very much needed, although the Trebs are right there. And not Eagle. Well, he couldn't really afford Egelos. The Onager switch is significantly faster than the Eagle switch. But I think that the Onagers just weren't really quite enough. I mean, Eagles could raid Hera to death once they get going, but you're still not quite there yet, and you're also going to have these Fire Lancers here. That castle does have to be placed much further back than Hera would like. But Imstorms are very, very strong. +4 defense. Hera also been able to take all of that stone completely unhindered. Okay, we got the Elite Fire Lancers in. Their upgrades are still not that great, and they are very bad against Arbalests. No Gambesons, remember, for the Vietnamese. Still going after those archery ranges ain't half bad for Hera, and he still is working with the villager advantage, and there's a castle forward, even going to be chopping some wood on the side, although the archers are in hot pursuit. No defense upgrades for Liereyy because it's Liereyy. It's like more underwhelming Onager hits, and the Onagers definitely have not paid for themselves. In fact, they've done the exact opposite. Okay, there's Eldorado coming in. Hera already has Fire Lancers with decent upgrades. Remember, they don't have any bonus damage here, but they just have better stats. They have 2 melee armor, remember. 102 HP, so even more than the Eldorado Eagle Warriors, and more attack. And of course, they've got the gunpowder thingy. Anyway, that forward has been officially cleaned up. Hera back on 4 relics, by the way. Last one's right there. And no bonus +2. No, Fire Lancers don't have any bonus damage against them. They don't have any bonus damage versus other shock infantry. Oh, the happy little monastery. Feels bad, man. That said, the Eagles are faster, so they're still a good raiding unit. It's not like the Fire Lancers are the best unit defending. But Hera's getting closer and closer to 200 population real quick. Trebuchet's almost out here for Liereyy, though. No such Treb for Hera. Lierey's still trying, so that Treb will fall. Where are the 4 bombard cannons? The 4 bombard cannons are still hanging around over here, so they've got a long way to push back out across the map. It's not like Vietnamese are known for being an especially fast civilization as far as their army goes. Hera comeback? Absolutely. That's a terrible TC. Oh my goodness, that's such a sad TC, man. On 3 trees. They're gonna be getting more kills there with the Eagles. And catching several units out of position there. I mean, in a straight-up fight, Hera's army is, like, almost comically better. But what is that worth if Liereyy never allows a straight-up fight? He's winning the Treb War over here. The Bombards do need to keep working their way across the map. AI TC, yeah, basically. Remember when the AI would just build drop-off points all over the map randomly? Anyway, Fire Lancers are fully upgraded. Well, they might not have Arson, but other than that, they're fully upgraded. Yeah, no Arson. Oh, you cannot let those Bombards die. Those Bombards are the linchpin of this push from Hera, and he is completely out of position with them. That is a huge, huge tactical mistake. Oh, they're all going to die. That is going to give Liereyy a little bit of life for now, because Hera has no siege. He's still winning this Treb War as Liereyy. That's it. That's a lot of dead chicken suit men. And Liereyy feels like has never been above 100 bills this game. He's still never gotten past 2 town centers. So Hera's population still far more impressive at this point. Random bear. Don't know how that got there. I don't know if that's gonna work. Castle will at least stand for now for Hera. Has already taken 10,000 damage, and I guess that Treb is gonna go down. Oh, getting within the minimum range of the castle. That's cute. Nicely done there. Gonna try and go Arb plus Eagle here as the Mayans, but the issue is, of course, your gold income is not very good at this point. Here are 48 minutes and counting into this game. That Treb is going to go down. Gold out there. This gold's going to be under a lot of pressure, and Lierey's going to be struggling. Well, funnily enough, the Fire Lancer's only got a very minor buff with the 5 gold reduction, which is nice. It's very relevant here for Hera, but it's not like it's make or break. But yeah, 102 HP on these bad boys. Hera's slightly more than the Eldorado Eagles.
Shot it.
Yeah, 5 melee armor versus 3 is pretty significant.
Shot it.
Well, I guess they attack. It's 12 attack versus 13 attack, so it's pretty close. Anyway, GG has called it. Hera 1 game away from another Grand Finals. And remember, Hera hasn't won an A-tier tournament in a very, very long time. But yeah, it was a very poor start to the game from Hera, especially by his standards. But as soon as Imperial Age was on the way for him, the defense really started to take off. Was able to expand to the side, expand to the other side of the map, and Liereyy simply didn't have enough oomph behind the push. Yeah, poor start, good recovery. Yeah, I mean, that whole build is designed to kill an early Imperial Age, and Liereyy didn't quite have the follow-up plan he needed. Yeah, the well-prepped switch for the, Vietnamese 1 versus mine. That was the number 2 pick as well versus the number 6 pick. Liereyy using all of his top 4 picks. Hera still has 2 of them. It's Arabia for Hera. So Land Madness and Pacific Islands would be the 2 remaining maps. Yeah, this is the semifinals. The winner faces Yo in the grand finals tomorrow. In this tournament, the top 3 remaining players, yes, are Liereyy, Hera, and Yo. The first semifinal was earlier. It was Nikov versus Yo that Yo won 4-2. There is the 3rd place match tomorrow, as much as I care very little about that in general. Anyway, guys, they are not in the lobby yet, but thank you all for watching. I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to get some lunch. BRB. Have I ruined AoE again? You know, I should be a professional AoE ruiner. I think it would be a good career option for me. Alright, it's Land Madness with Romans and Magyars. Who could have seen this coming, guys? One win away from the Grand Finals, though. Hera in the blue as the Romans to the west. Liereyy, tournament life on the line. Red, Magyars to the east. Yo, Larry. Game 7 would be on Pacific Islands, if Liereyy is able to take this one, which is far from impossible, although this is Hera's #1 home map. Pacific Islands is Lierey's #1 home map, interestingly. He has played very well on it. And the matchup would almost certainly be Vikings for Liereyy and Armenians for Hera. Anyway, apologies, but I am hungry. It's almost 4 o'clock, past lunchtime. Barbarossa? Yeah, I'll probably upload it later on this month. Apologies for being hungry. Such is life. Alright, nothing too crazy here in the early game. I mean, it's a very standard matchup on a very standard map. Oh, man. Oh, man. Top tier fighting right here. Is there gonna go 17 pop with Loom? Wait, what? Wow. Is there really the need to go up that fast on this map? Like 17 pop with Loom? That is as fast as it gets. Unless you're Mongols, Khmer, or Georgians. Then you can do a villager sooner than that. Funnies? That would be funny. Anyway, I hope this is all, everything's all good there, and they just need a moment. I don't know what the issue is. Liereyy says, let me know when ready BRB 1 min 2. Alright, looks like we are good to go. Liereyy up just 1 population later. A little bit of idle time. Oh no, he used up one more Vil. Okay, so he's gonna be up 2 Vils later. Of course, as strong as Magyars are on this map, they don't have a Dark Age bonus. Out on 6 HP versus 12 HP, so that's another little advantage for Liereyy. What's the issue? No idea. Oh! I will say, there is some poetic justice to Hera losing units to enemy town centers. More than any other player, he abuses the fact that DCs do not shoot as intended. So, not the best start there for Hera. You can see that the rest collected are very slightly in his favor, but it's Romans versus Magyars, right? It's very, very good eco bonus versus no eco bonus. So you'd expect him to be a little bit further ahead, but that's just sort of part of the situation when you click up that soon.
Salve.
Right, the advantage, that's why the VOD exists, Matroid. Now, Hera played really well in Imperial Age. Oh, are you on a train? Rip. Yeah, Imp Skirm's free conscription and expanding away from his opponent were kind of the 3 key factors there. Alright.
Salve. Tibi Sergio.
Well, I really don't think there was any way for Liereyy to know that it was the MTC. Like, yes, if that were the case, it would have been huge, but if he sniped the TC and that wasn't the case, he loses a lot of his momentum when it comes to being able to snipe the castle.
Impera.
Well, I mean, yeah, Hera was able to get his castle up just in the nick of time. Anyway, some hot spear on spear action. Hera gonna very quickly add in a blacksmith though, so he can leverage those upgrades. Actually, do you prioritize forging or +1 defense for infantry? Probably an up to the interpreter question. With only 2 scouts, I might prioritize +1 defense for infantry. Especially since I lost my starting scouts, so my ability to snipe scouts is a bit lower, but I mean, you could justify one or the other. Yeah, I mean, exactly. With hindsight, and I don't think Lierey's decision-making was inherently bad. It just didn't work out, you know what I mean?
Impera. Tibi Salve. Impera. Salve.
Anyway, nice kill there from Liereyy. Good use of his free forging. It wasn't bad, just unfortunate. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Those are the vibes you're giving off, Lin and A.
Prontus. Salve. Eus.
Alright, Liereyy is going to be the first one to bite on Vil for the archery range. Hera just sticking with the stable and barracks for now. Yeah, Imp in Vietnamese Imp is great. And the Fire Lancers are such a good addition for the Civ in terms of anti-Eagle Warrior potential, which they previously lacked. I mean, you can go Champions too. But especially if you're not that heavy on the food, it's much easier to switch into the Fire Lancers. You only need the Elite Fire Lancer upgrade. So, scouts running around chasing each other. Liereyy accruing a little bit of idle time. Anti-Eagle unit Eagles and Cav Archers don't really feel great against the other. It's just kind of one of those situational things. Alright, big fight here, but one dude has forging and the other dude does not have forging. Looks like Hera a bit worried to me, and a timely spearman poke there as well from Hera. Yep, it's easier with Elite Eagle Warrior. The speed difference is much less, and the Eagles can kind of run around everywhere, whereas the CA need to be all grouped up. I've played and casted both sides of that matchup enough times to feel not good about either. Because of course the Eagles have a very hard time dictating the fight, though. I mean, it's also one of those situations where if I'm attacking, I prefer the Eagle Warriors, and if I'm defending, I prefer the Cav Archers. And since it would be the Eagle Warrior player attacking in that situation, the Cav Archer player defending, it's just even more awkward on both sides. You can't just say hashtag what's your elo? That's not something you can just say in this day and age. I'm like 1850 right now.
Salve.
I'm just joking. I mean, we have Mr. What's Your Elo in this game right now. You don't know the reference in World Desert Championship. Liereyy asserted that only a player of his caliber could have opinions about tournament rules because he was a tournament winner and other players were not, who were complaining that Liereyy was complaining too much about the rules. And thus, what's your elo was born. Well, Lierey's still trying to take some good fights here. He's not completely wrong. I would say he is in the wrong. Just because you're a better player than someone else doesn't mean that they don't have valid opinions about how tournament structure can work. Oh, little off there is Hera, but he's able to force the units away just in the nick of time. Liereyy not wanting to commit at high elo. Yeah.
Impera. Salve.
Villager there, I guess, is safe enough for now.
Salve.
Liereyy, I mean, we're not talking about somebody who's a 1300 player. It was somebody who's like, you know, 2K2, 2K3. Like, yes, of course, Lierey's way better and is a tournament caliber player. Like, Hera is dead? Hera's not dead. Hera's in the Castle Age. What are you talking about? $1,300 Newt? I wouldn't say so.
Salve.
All right, Monastery coming in. I don't think either player is dead. I think Hera is definitely in a bit of a scrappy situation, but he is in Castle Age. He is getting his knights down. And the thing here for Liereyy is that Lierey's double stable, which means he's not transitioning into Cav Archers, which is really the unit you want in this matchup. I mean, even when it comes to understanding AoE 2, There really isn't a strong correlation, I think. I mean, there's a correlation, but I don't think necessarily that big of one between AoE 2 level and understanding of the game. I think that you can just look at the takes of any of the top players, and you'll find plenty that don't age well. You'll find plenty of my takes that don't age well, and many that do. I think that you can have people who are more right than not on average, but I don't necessarily think that necessarily has everything to do with elo. It just comes from how much you understand and think about the game, and how creative you are, I guess. But obviously, if you're a higher level player, the chances of you having a better understanding of AoE are much higher, right? Like, that's just logic. Ornlu, yeah.
Salve.
If this drags on too long, late game I like Magyars a lot more. Romans don't deal with Magyar Cav Archers very well. You need to rely on your Scorpions, which can become pretty easy prey to the Magyar Hussars, especially if they're on a map that is super wide open. If anything, it's Romans who are on a clock that need to make something happen. Romans. Don't worry about it. Well, yeah, that has everything to do with Hera, though, and not the Civ. Relative observation? Yep.
Impera.
You can also watch and play a lot of AoE and not have a very good understanding of the game. Both things are possible.
Tibi Sergio.
Impera.
Well, okay, this is awkward on both sides. The Light Cav are doing some nice work, causing some idle time, but so are these units, getting a couple villager kills. The overall build KD is fairly similar. And again, Hera has an eco lead, but it's not really that much of one, and it's 2 TCs to 1 in favor of Liereyy. Those monks are trying to flee, but that's going to be a dead monk, and that's also going to be a dead monk. And Lierey's going to even add a 3rd TC. I think this is okay for Liereyy. He is getting the Cav Archers going, slowly but steadily. They are out now, but they have no blacksmith upgrades. Fletching is just now on its way. Hera's Knights have bloodlines and +1/+1, but no husbandry yet. And Hera's just going to be leveraging the Roman eco to sort of brute force his way in here with Knight and Skirmisher, which I think is a good decision as far as things go for the Romans in this matchup, because like I said, you have a big eco lead versus the Magyars, but I think that your window of opportunity is fairly small, and I think Lierey's doing a good job of defending. So another one of those, it's good play on both sides. There are very good people on both sides. No collusion between Hera and Liereyy. Alright. Obviously, Knight plus Cav Archer is about as good of an army composition as you could ask for, but it is expensive and the units require completely different upgrades. I mean, that's also true with Knight plus Skirmisher, but Skirmishers are much cheaper than Cav Archers. Alright, Liereyy gonna try and